Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if neglected Deku and fell in love with Hagakure? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is All the Power by Big Teddy 3498. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. It's been a year since his mother took him to the doctors to get his quirk checked. A year of bullies and looks of derision. His closest friend became his most violent adversary, with Katsuki's followers joining in whenever they can. Izuku was smarter than most, and he could see how people began to treat him because of something everyone has. From the day he returned from the doctors, his life became hellish. At first, he didn't understand why teachers and other adults looked at him in a particular way, but he learned what that was. It was pity. He had to learn through the internet what the facial expression was, because when he asked his mother, she turned away in sadness. From pity turned to worse as his life went on. But his dream of being a hero kept him going on with a smile. Some days felt harder to smile than others, but he tried his best anyway. Izuku still tried to get along with his classmates, but they mostly pushed him away from his quirklessness or mocked him for thinking such a thing as befriending them. He was beginning to learn what loneliness was. A year after the fated doctor's appointment marked the worst day of his beginning life. It was a Saturday and Izuku played alone in his room with his action figures. His mother had the day off and was in the living room while he distracted himself from everything. He was reenacting a fight between All Might and a villain from the news when he felt something at the corner of his eye. He looked in that direction to see nothing but the wall. He felt it again, but in the direction of the sunny window. Looking at it gave him the same result of nothing being there. Confused, he tried to think what might have gotten his attention, but his only answer was a quirk. His quirk, he had a quirk. He felt something, he didn't know what, but excitement surged through him. With a quirk, people will be nice to me, he thought. In joy, he ran out of his room and to his mother, who sat on the couch reading a book. "Mama, Mama," he shouted in glee, startling his mother. "What is it, Izuku?" she asked when she had calmed her beating heart. He clenched his fists and vibrated with barely contained joy. "I have a quirk," he said, but his joy came crashing down when his mother looked at him the same way the others had, with pity. The rush of elation was replaced with confusion and other things he couldn't understand until later on. "Lying is bad, Izuku. Don't do it again," she said gently and turned to her book again. "But Izuku felt wrong. He felt sad about his mother brushing him off so quickly and the indignity of not being believed. His mother cut him off before he could argue. "You have the toe joint and the blood work said you didn't have a quirk, don't lie." She didn't say it with anger, but instead with firmness. She didn't want to put delusions in anyone's head, so she cut them off before they could sprout. Izuku didn't know what to say as he backed away with tears beginning to come up. He stayed quiet as he returned to his room and cried silently. He tried to bring that feeling back from earlier, but he couldn't. As he cried alone, he couldn't get the image of his mother looking at him with pity. It made him sad and mad at the same time. He didn't want to see that expression on his mother's face, especially when it was directed at him. He had enough of that outside his home. This day would mark when his life began to worsen. Slowly as life went on and years went by, his mother grew more distant towards him. She began to take longer shifts at work, and when she wasn't at work she spent them by herself. When Izuku grew old enough to take care of himself, she switched to the night shift. Less and less they saw of each other as time went on. Izuku learned to cook and take care of himself at a young age. When food ran out, his mother left him money for groceries or lunch. By 9, he was getting groceries by himself when his mother left him a note saying she didn't get a chance to do it herself. It was becoming rare if he saw her once a week. School life only got worse as Izuku grew up. It was not uncommon for Izuku to come home with bruises or burned clothes. He never mentioned his suspicion of a quirk to anyone lest they call him a faking something and making things worse than they are. Katsuki ramped up his abuse slowly as they grew up. He went from pushing and name-calling to using his quirk on Izuku and punching. Izuku had tried to fight back once, but it ended worse than on other days. Now he tried to avoid getting cornered as much as possible. The teachers never said anything and turned a blind eye to everything that Izuku was a victim of. He had tried to talk to his mother, but nothing came as a result of it. He went to the principal's, but he brushed him away and claimed he had better things to do. As weeks went by with the same treatment, Izuku began to hate It was a new feeling for the green-haired boy, but as Katsuki laughed at his broken finger caused by him, Izuku knew pure hatred. With the new feeling guiding him, Izuku stuck back at the laughing tormentor. Katsuki, reeling back with a broken nose, looked at the blood dripping down his crooked nose and couldn't believe what just had happened. It ended, as you can imagine, with Izuku bleeding on the ground with the still broken pinky finger. With a grunt of effort, he sat up and began to head to the hospital for his broken finger. The last time he had been in a hospital was when he was told he was quirkless. He picked up his books and put them back in his bag and headed off. He thought about calling his mother but decided against it since she was probably still asleep. He can take care of himself, he has been for a while. He arrived at the hospital and moved to the desk with the nurse behind it. The waiting room was empty as he approached her. "Excuse me, I have a broken finger. Can you help me?" He had more than a broken finger, but the cuts and bruises can come later. "Of course, dear." She smiled at him, quickly pulled out a form, and grabbed a pen. "Can I get your name and quirk?" "Sure. Izuku Midoriya, and I'm quirkless," he said, waiting for the reaction. She stopped and looked at him with compression and badly hidden disgust. "I see. Well, we don't have any available doctors at the moment. You will need to call and make an appointment for the future." She crumpled up the form with his name and threw it away. "But that's the policy." Izuku's shocked statement was cut off harshly and followed by a glare. In a single word, a person's disposition toward him flipped like a switch. She continued to glare at him until he left through the door he came from. He numbly walked away from the place where they are supposed to heal him with a broken digit. As he began to make his way to a store, his anger grew at the unfairness of it all. He bought a medical kit and something to splint his finger. In his room, and still damp from his shower, he straightened his crooked finger with a whimper and taped it straight with what the first aid kit had. After that was done and he wiped his tears away, he cleaned the rest of the cuts on his body and took care of his bruised ribs. At 9 years old, Izuku learned how to deal with broken bones and what to do for them. He studied what he should do just in case he was rejected by another hospital. All the while he never told his mother he could take care of himself. Time passed with Izuku having to learn that no one cares for the quirkless, or at least him. At 10 he went to a police station to report what had happened. Izuku had just gotten his final exam back and was disappointed and confused to see he had gotten a C for his grade. Once he began to go through his answers, he saw that they were marked wrong when they were correct. He brought it to his teacher's attention. "How could a quirkless like you get a better grade than the others? You must be cheating. Be grateful that I didn't fail you outright." He threw his final exam back at Izuku with a sneer, and he heard the snickering coming from his horrid classmates. With that, he took his exam and went to the principal's only to get the same results. Now he stood in front of the desk with a cop behind it. He told him what had happened, and the policeman seemed to take everything in until his quirk was brought up. Izuku almost missed it, but the policeman paused and then continued. After that, the cop told him they will open an investigation and see what come up. With that, Izuku left the police station with some relief that someone finally listened to him. A week went by and Izuku never heard anything from the police. After school and after escaping from Bakugo, he made his way to the same police station to find out what had happened. "Oh, sometimes reports get lost or are set back in priority. Let's just make another one just in case," the same policeman said as he pulled another form out and began to write the same report as last week. Once his report was rewritten, he left with a wave. He waited for a moment before peeking through the glass doors in time to see the cop take his report and feed it to the recycling bin. Izuku stared at the cop in disbelief and anger at what he had done. It was obvious that he had done the same with the first one as well. With angry tears, Izuku made his way home. After all, what could he do if the police ignore you already? From that day on, he began to keep every assignment and test that was marked wrong by the teacher. His grades fell as his teachers sabotaged him, so quirk students got better grades than the quirkless. The file grew bit by bit with failed papers. While he was at it, he grabbed an empty notebook and began to write each time he was bullied or something of import happened. He didn't know what to do with them, but he held on to them until he thought up a plan. That's how Izuku's life for the next few years went, with Bakugo torturing him with his quirk and Izuku not being able to fight back. His grades were marked lower so others looked better. And his mother has grown as distant as she could without moving out and leaving him alone. The only thing that changed in his life was the feeling coming back every once in a while. He had tried to understand what was going on many times, but he never was able to reproduce the feeling at will. It was never constant either. Sometimes he felt a pull towards the wall or something, a place in empty space. He had given up on trying to figure out what was going on. Izuku was 15 as he sat in class and waited for the day to be over. The teacher was talking about their future but threw the papers into the air as everyone cheered to follow a hero's career. Izuku hadn't written anything because if he did, he was sure the teacher would call him out. The bell rang and Izuku packed his notebook away but was snatched by Bakugo. He flipped through it and stopped at Izuku's profile of death arms. His followers laughed openly at his diary, as they call it. Still being a freak, Deku? Katsuki snarled at Izuku's blank face. Izuku's blank face hid rage behind it as Katsuki called him his favorite name. That rage only grew as Katsuki exploded his notebook and threw it out the window. He could only stare as his ruined work flew through the window and disappeared. He couldn't let any of his anger show or else Katsuki would beat him for it. It had happened before. If you want a quirk so bad, take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get one the next life. Bakugo's words hit Izuku and his rage built, but he kept his face blank. Nothing to say, freak. He sneered and then turned away with his followers laughing. Izuku's face contorted into hate as he tried his best to calm down. The footsteps were long gone and he was the only one in the room as he frothed at the mouth at the unfairness of it all. After he had sufficiently calmed down, he picked his notebook up and headed home. He flipped through his ruined work as another noise caught his ear. Burbling came up from the sewer lid and a goo slipped out. Floating eyes focused on Izuku. Medium-sized invisibly cloak. Perfect. His smile was the only warning as Izuku was enveloped in slime. Izuku couldn't do anything as he began to drown in the thick fluid. He raged against his bindings but it was no use. For a moment he felt that feeling but it was gone as he began to black out. When he woke up next it was to his favorite hero slapping him awake. After an embarrassing stuttering and a signed notebook, Izuku approached All Might to talk.
Hey, All Might, can I ask you no time, justice waits for no one. He was cut off rudely and Izuku felt a twinge of anger build up. Well, alright, but the bottles are. That's all he said before Izuku was dragged along for the ride. With panic, he latched onto his leg and grabbed the bottles that were about to fall out. Hey, what are you doing? Forget it, I'm landing now. All Might held onto Izuku's back as he made his descent. Oh, thank whatever God is listening. Izuku knelt on the rooftop. That was reckless, young man. All Might said in a hurry and began to walk away. Wait. I was trying to fix the bottles so they wouldn't fall out mid-leap. Izuku held out the bottles with the villain in it. Ah, I see. Well, All Might's came out strained and then his body puffed into smoke. After the panic and explanation, Izuku handed over the villain. I've got a question. What advice do you have to someone like me to be a hero? Advise? What's your quirk? He asked, securing the bottles in his pocket. He hesitated in answering. I don't have one. You don't have. Here's my advice, don't. Hero business isn't fun and games. If you want to make a difference, go be cop or doctor. Have some realistic dreams. And he left Izuku on the rooftop, alone. Izuku stood there with an empty chest. He didn't cry or yell or anything, he just stood there as he felt nothing. He wanted to be angry at the number one hero but at the moment he couldn't comprehend that even heroes don't think anything of quirkless. For a moment he glanced at the railing but shook his head and walked to the stairs. He isn't going to give up, he can't. While walking home, he thought about everything in his life and how all of it was shit. He knew that anyone else would have given up long ago but Izuku was stubborn and kept moving forward. That didn't change his view on the number one hero. When Izuku thought about him, he felt the same anger that he had building up for years. He felt bile come up his throat at the image of All Might and threw up in a garbage can. No, that was remaining sludge from the villain. He stopped by the store and bought some antibiotics just in case of the slime in his body. As he walked past a park, he thought about what to do. He is most likely going to sell his All Might merch since he didn't think he could stomach having his room decorated by the man who shot down his dreams. He was going to begin to work out in earnest now with the UA exams coming up. He will have to deal with the lower grades from his teacher's sabotage but he will have to think of something for that. As he was walking he heard a shout and turned his head to see a toddler running after a ball into the streets. His parents were running to stop him, but they wouldn't make it in time to save him from the car that was about to hit the little boy. Without a thought, Izuku dove for the boy. He felt time come to a crawl as he was able to pull the boy to him, but he felt fear. Fear for the boy that might not live and fear for himself dying. His last thoughts before the car hit his back were, "I don't want to die." All Izuku could do was hold the boy tight to his chest as the car reached the two. He heard the shouts of the parents in the car but nothing else. Then, time sped up again and nothing happened. The car was stopped at his back. The boy's parents dove for the boy in Izuku's arms. They pulled their child into their arms as Izuku tried to understand what had happened. But he felt something in his chest, before he could examine it. He was pulled out of his head. Thank you. If you didn't use your quirk, my son would have been gone." The father held Izuku's shoulder and thanked him. "I am so sorry. The brakes didn't work. I don't understand how you stopped my car." The driver stepped out and was shaking as he looked over everyone. "No one was hurt. This young man quirk saved my boy and probably yourself as well," the father said as he tried to calm everyone down. Izuku felt what was in his chest and knew what it was, his quirk. "I don't have quirk," he said softly. The mother who had her son in her arms caught it. "What did you say?" She patted her husband's leg to shut him up. "I didn't have a quirk." Izuku could feel tears appear at the corners of his eyes. "You jumped in without a quirk. You were quirkless," the mother said in a daze. "I have a quirk, now." He felt relief at finally getting something he wished for all his life. Anger at getting it so late and having to deal with all the grief beforehand. Joy in getting a quirk for himself. And more anger at the unfairness of having to risk his life to get something people get when they were 4. "It's all right, lad. Let it all out." The father was kneeling next to Izuku as he began to sob in his turmoil of emotions. The mother held onto Izuku's hand as she gave him her support. Izuku looked up into her eyes and saw gratitude for saving her child. That just made Izuku cry harder as this was the first kindness he had received in a long time. The parents of the child looked on in worry as their son's savior walked down the street. The man who was driving the car leaned on the hood as he also watched on with his ear on his phone. After everything was settled, he tried to start his car again, but it seems like it stalled out and he was calling a tow truck for the useless vehicle. Izuku walked into an empty apartment and collapsed on the couch. His mother was at work as far as he knew. That's how it has been for years. He sat with thoughts going through his head a mile a minute. His bully told him to kill himself. He nearly died to a sludge villain. His hero shot down his dreams, and he saved a boy by using his quirk. He has a quirk and the roiling emotions threatened to explode once again. But he pushed everything down for the moment and thought about the future. With a quirk, he could see something of a future for himself. When he was quirkless he knew he had no path for life. If the way he was treated was anything to go by, then he would never get a good job. He had read the reports of the quirkless's probability to live past their 20th birthday. He has seen the deeper parts of the internet and what he could have gotten as a life for being quirkless. But he has a path now instead of getting killed or sold in the near future. He wiped the tears off of his face and began to plan for the near future. His goal was to become a hero. Working backward from there he wrote his plan. To get into hero school, he will have to find a way to get out of the hell that was his middle school. Everyone was against him in that place and his grades were a way to prove it. He knows he has excellent grades but the faculty changes them to look worse for the quirkless nobody. Online schooling was a good alternative. By learning online he could make his own schedule and make time to work on his quirk. He was 11 years behind everyone planning to take the UA exam. Now how to get out of school without dropping out and needing his mother's approval. He sat back and thought about the worst school that could exist. Then he thought about all the evidence he had about the teachers sabotaging his grades. Maybe give copies to people who wouldn't like what they are doing. He will research that person or people later. As for his quirk, he has a quirk. First, he will need to figure out what it is and how it can be used to be a hero. When the car hit him he didn't feel much more than a push and something going into him or more like transfer to him. He thought back to all those times that he felt something in the area surrounding him. He sat back on the couch and focused on the feeling in his chest. He felt the energy and it felt like it could be released at his will. All he needed was to open the metaphoric valve and he stopped before he did something stupid. Getting up, he took a quick shower and changed into some shorts and a t-shirt. With that, he headed out into the woods close to the apartments. If he was going to experiment with his possibly dangerous quirk, better in the woods. He stopped at a small clearing and sat on the ground. Again he felt the energy and then he released some of the energy he had. With the tiniest of drops, he opened the valve. Felt a small force expel out of his body in every direction. He jumped to his feet in absolute joy. He used his quirk. After calming down, he took out his notebook and wrote his thoughts about what he knew. Energy seemed to be released in all directions. Could he focus it? He put his palm aiming at a small pile of rocks he made and released some more energy. He felt it exit through his palm and the top pebble was knocked over. Again he cheered in success and excitement. But he didn't feel like the top rock was enough. So he aimed again and released more energy. Too much. The force made the small pile of rocks explode in every direction. Pebbles went flying everywhere, some striking trees with force. He had figured out that the energy he released didn't travel far from his body, so he needed to be near to be effective. This also put Izuku in the blast radius of the rocks and was hit. He covered his face with his other arm and waited for the pain to bloom. It never did. He looked at his white shirt and saw the impacts from the rocks but felt no injuries. He felt energy settle into what remained from earlier. He had instinctively absorbed the energy from the rocks hitting him. He snatched his notebook and wrote furiously about what he discovered. It's kinetic energy he had absorbed. That's why the car was stalled. He took all the kinetic energy that contained it and from what would have hit him. He needed to test it to confirm, but how? He was not going to jump in front of a car again, so how would he absorb more kinetic energy? A minute later, Izuku sat with a long branch poised to strike his arm. If he was right about the kinetic energy, then all the energy from the branch will be absorbed into his body. He focused on absorbing the strike and held his breath. With a sharp whipping sound, it stuck to his arm and he felt it stop at his arm. He looked inwards and saw more energy than before. Izuku pumped his fist in joy and yelled in victory. After calming down for the nth time that day, he wrote about the applications that it could be used in. So many possibilities cropped up and he didn't stop writing as the sun began to set. When he finished, he thought about what he had felt when he was younger in those fleeting moments. He thought about what they might have been and could only think that it was a way to detect the kinetic energy. So he tried to focus on feeling the kinetic energy by dropping a rock by his arm. After half an hour of feeling something, he began to sense the energy transfer from the dropping rock to the ground. He took in the new sixth sense and looked around. He felt the minor kinetic energy from his footsteps and his palm tapping on surfaces. With a grin, he punched a tree and felt the kinetic energy both absorb and through his sixth sense. With the biggest grin he had in years, he looked into the forest in happiness. With his sixth sense, he could see more. It wasn't kinetic energy because it was everywhere in the air. It confused him. It was like his footsteps but in the air everywhere. When he looked in the area, he saw another thing. It was dark. He had lost track of time and it was dark. He grabbed his notebook and made his way to the apartment while keeping his sixth sense on. He looked at the mysterious energy that hung in the air and tried to figure out what he was looking at. He got out of the tree line and stepped onto the sidewalk. He felt more things, maybe more energy. He looked at the passing building, at the energy contained in it. It was different from what was in the air. Then he passed a light post and stopped at what he saw. Through his sixth sense, he could see energy coursing through the light post. It was electricity that he was sensing. In shock, he touched the light post and felt the energy in it. It was different from kinetic, it was wild. Kinetic felt like it could be controlled and dispersed, but electricity felt like it wanted to go everywhere. Without thinking, he absorbed what energy the light post had. He felt the power run through his fingers and into his chest and settle next to the kinetic energy he had left over. With a breathless laugh, he reveled in the power. Then he saw the light flicker and turn off. Oh shit! Izuku stopped absorbing and let go. He looked around to see if anyone saw him and saw something somewhat worse. The near building's lights were dark, then they flickered to life. With a small bit of panic, he rushed to his apartment.
He was draining the block's electricity. He ran to his door and closed it behind him as he huffed for breath. He began to laugh uncontrollably at the situation. He could absorb energy, both kinetic and electricity. How wonderful. After calming down, he got off the floor and made his way to the kitchen for some dinner. A simple ramen will be good. He turned in the stove and put the water to boil. While waiting, he turned his sixth sense back on and looked around the apartment. He looked at the electricity coursing through the walls by cables and then the mysterious other energy in the air. There was more inside the apartment and it was evenly spread out. He continued to try to figure out what kind of energy it was. He soon figured it out when he looked back at the gas stove. It was heat. He could see the heat radiating from the stove and boiling water. He could only stare in amazement at the heat in the air. Then he raised his hand towards the stove and stopped. He thought about the light post not 10 minutes ago. Just a small amount. He coaxed himself. He absorbed the heat and it poured into him. A torrent of energy was sucked into him and he could feel the room getting cold. Then he saw the flame from the stove getting pulled into his outstretched arm. Too much. He stopped pulling in a panic. The kitchen and living room felt cold as Izuku felt the energy again through his sixth sense. There was still some heat in the air but much less than before. He turned to the stove and the now cold water in the pot. He will need to wait for the water to boil again for his dinner. With an exhale of breath, he grabbed his notebook and began to write again. Not only one kind of energy but three. He could feel the heat in his chest next to the other two as he theorized what else he could do. What other energies could he absorb? What is his limit? Could he combine them like heat and electricity to make plasma? What's his range? So many things ran through Izuku's head. This wasn't some small quirk but something powerful. After dinner, Izuku made his way to his room and stopped at the All Might themed plank with his name on it. He remembered what he had said, be realistic. With that, he ripped it off his door and looked into his room. All Might was everywhere. His quirk forgotten, he began to strip his room of memorabilia of the number one hero. Carefully he put everything that was All Might related into a box and set it in his closet. With now a bare room, he sat at his desk. He stared at the All Might eraser on his pencil. He placed his hand over the eraser and released some of the heat from earlier. Smoke rose from the smiling face. It melted and then burst into flames. It melted onto his palm, but he absorbed the heat and solidified into a disfigured thing. He set it to the side and thought about what to do about school. He grabbed the thick folder filled with his sabotaged grades. In the folder also contained every time a teacher or peer did something else. Most of the reports were filled with Bakugo's incidents but also contained times a teacher ignored abuse or encouraged it. Just looking at what they had done to him made him seethe. He turned from the folder and searched for someone that he could send this evidence. He found some police but they left a bad taste in his mouth. He didn't know if heroes would be better, so he continued to search for people. Many names were in the maybe pile while few were crossed out outright when he looked up past reports of the person. The maybe pile was hard to choose from. It ranged from a detective to news reporters with no filters. So he decided to send evidence to all of them. He made copies and digital copies and made a plan to send them out. He kept the original and a digital copy hidden just in case. Tomorrow he will go to the post office and send everything out to the written addresses. He had 3 people who he hopes to come through. A hero agency, a news reporter, and a police detective. If they don't work, then he will just have to post everything to the public and let them do the work. If worse comes to worst, then he will probably turn into a vigilante and burn that school down and beat everyone in it. He snorted at the fantasy. He couldn't beat them up, he has not much muscle mass. That made him think about how to prepare for the exam. If he wanted to pass, then he will need to be fit and be able to fight. His quirk gave him a fighting chance, but his body will fail him if he doesn't put work into it. He looked up diets and workout plan on the internet. He was somewhat lean and just needed a bit more muscle on his arms and core. Finishing up his plan, he went to bed. He dreamed of energy coursing through veins and being able to take the power of the sun for himself and use it. The weekend morning woke Izuku and he sat up to set his plan in motion. Last night he had already found a good online school and was signed up for the coming year. He got dressed and moved to the exit to head to the post office. It took some time, but he sent everything to the 3 people he put his hopes on. After that, he went to the grocery store and got what he needed for the week with the money his mother had left him. She had left a note that she was getting a card for him, so she didn't need to leave money on the counter and now deposited in his new bank account. It didn't matter one way or another what she did so long as he didn't go hungry and he had to pick up a job again. He made his way back to the apartment and put everything away before heading out to the woods again. With excitement, he rushed to the same clearing as last night. He wants to play with heat energy for the day. First he activated his sixth sense and focused on the heat. It was easy since there was no electricity and kinetic was somewhat artificially made. His senses sharpened and he looked around in amazement at the heat radiating from the ground by soaking the sun's rays in the trees. He closed his eyes and he could sense the trees' outline of heat in the grounds. He walked around with his eyes closed and felt the heat in the air and the forest. Izuku smiled as he felt the energy pass through his fingers and then he pulled. Heat rushed to him and was absorbed into his core. More and more thermal energy filled him as the area around Izuku began to drop in temperature. With his eyes still closed, he could see the absence of thermal energy. He could feel the area he was absorbing was spreading, which he found fascinating. He moved back to his new notebook about him and wrote what he had found out. Even if it was freezing cold, there was more heat he could have absorbed. Also, when he was absorbing the thermal energy, it seemed to spread as if looking for more to absorb. MHHH. Izuku hummed in thought. Well, if a fire spreads, then I can absorb it. It will be fine, probably. He found a dry log and placed it in the clearing. He rubbed his hands and placed one close to the log and released some thermal energy. He could sense the log heat up and began to smoke, and then it burst into flames. He stared into the dancing flames with his heat sense. He didn't glean much from it, so he absorbed it slowly. The flames drew into him arm and was sucked into his core. Once the flames were snuffed out, he looked in his core. He had absorbed more than he had expelled. That makes sense since he burned a fuel for his thermal energy. Now, let's test how fast I can absorb it. Izuku put down his notebook and lit the log on fire again. He let it burn some more and then he felt the thermal energy. He imagined him grabbing it all and pulled. Like before, flames pulled into his palm, but to his shock the flames spread to the rest of the log and flash burned it. He didn't stop absorbed it until there was nothing left of the log. He stared in shock at what he could do. What remained was an ash-shaped log. He poked it with a stick and it fell apart. He continued to poke through the ash, but none of the wood remained. He had absorbed the potential energy, what had been thermal energy and what could have been. He had to try it again to confirm what he thinks. He looked at the stick and lit a flame. Again, he pulled everything he could from the stick and it turned to ash in his grip. My God, I'm strong. Scary strong. Izuku mumbled to himself in shock. Okay, maybe he could only do that to dead wood? So they found an isolated tree and lit the trunk on fire. He noticed that when he released his thermal energy, it came out as actual flames instead of the intense heat like before. He was lost in though as the trunk of the tree lit on fire. This is a terrible idea. I'm going to start a forced fire. He held his hands to the sides of his head and began to panic. He moved to the small burning patch and did the same as he did with the small log. The tree was consumed in flames for a moment and then nothing was left but ash, which promptly fell on Izuku's head. Izuku coughed and spat out the fine ash as ran out of the collapsed pile of ash. He found his water and dumped it over his head to rinse out his eyes and mouth. Once he could see again, he looked at what he had done. A large pile of ash lay where the tree was before. The trees around the ash were unharmed but also were hit with the cloud of ash. Right then, it works on living things. Oh gods, that is incredible power. Izuku sat with soot-stained everything as he mumbled the possibilities of his quirk. He could stop a forced fire in a flash. Burning building could be snuffed out like the first time he burned the log. That is only for thermal energy as well. What could he do with other energies? He looked in his core and he could sense so much more thermal energy than before. Now the question is, what is his limit for capacity? Because he could feel each energy and how much he could expel. But he didn't feel full, so to speak. The next question, and more importantly, how is he going to get home if he looks like he rolled around a bonfire for an hour? There was a beach that turned into a dump nearby. That will have to do. Izuku found his way to the beach with many odd looks from passing people. He stared at the dirty beach and reconsidered his thoughts of taking a swim to clean himself. He thought of the stream where Izuku used to play with Bakugo when they were children. That sounds better than getting stuck with a dirty needle. Back to the forest. It took an hour, but he found the stream. He promptly dunked himself in the stream and washed the ash from his skin and clothes. The cool air and water made Izuku shiver a bit before thinking up another experiment. He held his soaking arm out and released some thermal energy to dry himself. Steam rose from his arm and sleeve. He smiled and did it again with his whole body. Steam covered Izuku and warmth filled him as his clothes dried in a moment. So cool, Izuku gushed to himself. With that done, he moved on to his plans for getting fit for the exam. He flipped through his notebook and found the exercises that he printed off the internet. He began by jogging at the forest's edge on the sidewalk. He wanted to focus on speed and less on strength. He was already lean and had alright stamina, but more is better. The weekend passed with him sore and more experiments with his quirk. He needs a name for it. He played around with electricity the next day and found out it was hard to aim with it. He could release it through his body like the other energies, but using it to blast something make the electricity arc out in every direction. He had to put out small fires when the lighting struck in random places. While powerful, it was unreliable and erratic. At short range, he could spray electricity everywhere, but he wanted to shoot lightning like the cartoons of old. Watching cartoons with lightning shooting firebenders didn't help, but it did give him the idea of looking up how lightning decides to strike during a storm. From what he understood was that lightning found the easiest path and followed it. The amount of positive charge on a target will determine where the lightning will strike. So with some experiments, he figured that if he pulled the static from his target and then released lightning through it, then he is more likely to hit his target with lightning. He laughed like a madman when it worked successfully the first time. There will always be static in the air and he can use it as a conduit for his lightning to travel to hit his target. Unfortunately, he used all the electricity he had stored. So throughout the day, he kept absorbing static energy, and drop by drop he felt electricity build up in his core. Izuku got ready for school and dreaded what will come. While he did feel better about having a quirk, it wouldn't help if he killed someone, although, if Katsuki died, would it be a bad thing? No, then he would have to become a villain or vigilante. Not part of his plan. The day went on as usual with the sneers and mocking throughout the day. He hated it, but he bid his time and hoped that the people he sent the evidence to did something. He didn't trust them, but it was a long shot. Class after class, students and teachers looked at him with derision and pushed him around. Lunch came and he moved to the library. He had learned from experience not to bring lunch. Someone will eventually steal it, dump it, or ruin it in some way. So he instead ate breakfast and a large dinner to make up for skipping lunch.
Izuku sat in his corner where he could look out the window and could see the door from his angle. The librarian ignored him, so that was worth something. Lunch ticked by and Izuku read one of a book about lightning storms. It didn't help much, but it was better than nothing. Izuku rested his eyes from the book with small letters and looked out the window. He raised an eyebrow at what he saw. Dozens of police officers and SWAT teams were rounding the corner of the school walls. Leading the first squad was a man that Izuku recognized immediately from his profile online. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi was a great detective with his quirk of lie detected. No fucking way, Izuku mumbled to himself. Izuku watched in his seat as the police rushed into the building and headed where the principal's office. Izuku never got up as police and SWAT rushed past the library and arrested a faculty member by the library doors. He looked out the window at a commotion and saw the principal thrashing in handcuffs and a red face being pushed into the back of a van. No fucking way, Izuku said again with glee rising in his tone. Did it work? He heard an crackling sound and saw Katsuki Bakugo behind, tackled by a SWAT team and then handcuffed with suppression cuffs. Izuku raised his phone and snapped a few too many pictures. The doors muffled the sound of the commotion throughout the whole school, but the noise was let in by the doors slamming open by a squad of police officers arresting the librarian and the rest spreading through the shelves of books. One officer with a cat quirk stopped when he spotted Izuku sitting at the corner table. "Are you Izuku Midoriya?" When Izuku nodded, he called through his walkie-talkie. "Found him in the library."
Izuku stared at the police officer and asked, "So, what's going on?" Izuku jerked a thumb out the window to see his homeroom teacher getting dragged by the arms to the filling police van. He snapped another picture. "He'll be here in a moment," the officer said with amusement in his feline eyes. Detective Tsukauchi walked into the library and headed in his direction. "Hello. I am Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. Will you please come with me?" He bowed and held his hand out to gesture to the exit. "Am I under arrested?" Izuku looked between the two men. The detective raised his eyebrow. Did you do something to warrant your arrest? Don't answer that. No, I reviewed your package and was very disturbed by what it contained. I had a warrant ordered and was approved if I could confirm one day on the security footage with what you sent me by mail. I did, and now we are arresting all the faculty and one Katsuki Bakugo. All the security cam footage is being pulled by our technicians. Now, could you please come with me to the station to get your statement and story? Izuku was nodding along the whole time he was speaking. Internally, he was jumping for joy. He had done it. Part 1 of the plan is complete. Yay. Alright, makes sense to me. Izuku grabbed his bag and followed behind the detective as the Catman followed them. The remaining students stared and glared at Izuku as he walked behind the detective to his car and got in. He couldn't contain a grin as they drove off the police station. With a sigh of relief, he felt things truly turn around for him. At the police station, Izuku sat in a conference room with the detective with a tea set out for him and coffee for the man. There was a third place, but he didn't know for who. He got his answer when his mother walked through the doors, escorted by the Catman. Right, a minor needs a guardian for police interviews, Izuku mumbled. Inko was slim but not unhealthy. She had pale skin and short green hair in a ponytail. She sat down and didn't greet Izuku. He did the same and ignored his negligent mother. Right then. The detective said awkwardly when he saw the mother and child wouldn't greet each other. He went on to ask Izuku about what he gave to the detective and his experience with the school and what they have done to make his life miserable. Izuku held nothing back as he described every small detail and told him exactly what was going on behind closed doors. Why didn't you bring this up before? Sukachi asked. I did. The first time I got a sabotaged graded paper I went to the teacher. Nothing. Then I went to the principal. Nothing. Then I entered this police station, and a report was written but nothing came of it. A week later, I put in another report with the same officer but peeked back to see him throw away my report when I had left. Izuku calmly explained, but anger built up at the memory. This station? Do you remember the officer? The detective sat forward. He was still there at the front desk when we walked in. Izuku jerked his thumb behind the doors. The detective called through his phone and the same officer walked through with two others guiding him. Do you remember this young man? He pointed to Izuku. Never met him. Have you ever thrown away any reports due to quirk basis? Never. What's this about? The man was outraged. Arrest him, he is lying. The detective watched as the man was dragged away by the two other officers. He rubbed his face and poured another cup of coffee. During the whole interview, Inko never said a word or looked in her son's direction. Izuku did his best to ignore everything but the man helping him for once. The interview continued until they hit the topic of Bakugo Katsuki. Since he is a minor, he will be processed carefully. With the evidence placed clear to see, it will be pretty simple from my point of view at least. He took a sip of the coffee and then continued. As for the faculty, I will interview each one to see what they admit and lie about. Footage will make things easier, but it will take time. The school will be undoubtedly closed for the foreseeable future. What are the plans to continue your education? He looked between Inko and Izuku. Inko didn't say anything, but Izuku didn't care to look. I already am signed up for online schooling and will be taking an aptitude test for where I stand this week. That's wonderful to hear. That's all I have. If there are any more questions, please call me without any hesitation. He stood up and shook Izuku's hand. Inko didn't look at either of them and left without saying a word the whole time. Izuku followed his mother out of the police station and split off away from her. He didn't want to be near her any more than he needed to. He made his way to the clearing in the woods and lay down and let the sun hit his skin. He couldn't get his grin off his face at the success of his plan. He was also genuinely grateful for the detective's help and professionalism with his case. He sat up and began more practice with his lightning. He has built up enough static for 2 shots at low power. Instead, he loaded his electricity into one larger blast and aimed it at a small tree. He focused on the static in the air between the tree and Izuku and released his lightning bolt at the tree. It exploded in splinters. Izuku focused on absorbing kinetic energy and felt small amounts get sucked up in his core by the wood splinters hitting him. They hit Izuku and lost all momentum the moment they touched him and dropped from his body. Except for the one stuck in his clothes that should have punctuated his skin, but the kinetic energy was absorbed before they could pierce his skin. He will need to test if he was virtually immune to a stabbing. He was sure if he was slashed then he would be cut. Another thing is grappling. While he could take a punch, that doesn't mean he was immovable. He could be picked up quite easily. He will need to theorize how he could counter such things. Brushing off the wood splinters, he made his way to the apartment and changed into running clothes and began his exercise routine. Weeks went by as Izuku continued his practice with his quirk and continued his studies online. With his progress, Izuku is expected to finish his last year of school within 6 months instead of 10 or 11. He continued to experiment with his quirk with the energies he had. Electricity was difficult to practice with since he didn't want to cause a city-wide blackout, and he was becoming more and more comfortable with thermal energy. Thermal was easy to absorb since it was everywhere, and burning logs was great for fuel. Izuku still hasn't reached a limit of how much his core could contain. One thing he did discover was that his quirk absorbing spread if he continued to pull. Usually, he could absorb about a 3-meter radius without trying with thermal. But he didn't absorb it for a short time and continued to pull in thermal energy. When he was done trying to pull as much thermal energy in the woods, he found a frozen landscape. For about 30 meters in every direction was frozen. It wasn't some below freezing cold but absolute cold. There was no heat when he focused on thermal energy. He had to radiate heat so he wouldn't start shivering. The water in the trees was frozen and the trunks were cracked open. Leaves dropped from the tree branches with soft thunks to the forest floor. This is super move, absolute zero. Izuku looked around at the winter wonderland. The next thing he discovered with his quirk was that energy released comes directly from his skin. So when he decided to see how much thermal energy he could release in a short burst, it incinerated his clothes. Luckily he thought something like this would have happened and packed extra clothes in his bag. But the experiment showed that he could essentially glass the immediate surrounding area, which Izuku thought was really badass. Kinetic energy has been simple to practice. He could punch a tree or rock and the kinetic energy is absorbed before he could hurt his knuckles. This was a great way to practice his punches and kicks. Since he was still registered as quirkless, he isn't allowed in any dojos for martial arts lessons. So he improvised by learning from YouTube and other videos of heroes fighting hand to hand. Grappling was not possible to practice, but he got the theory down. His way of using kinetic energy was simple for combat. He strikes with his leg or arms and then released a kinetic blast for a double impact. He had to practice to get the right amount so he wouldn't launch himself every time he struck something. Blocking was unnecessary since he could just absorb it and use the energy against his opponents. Movement using kinetic energy only led to one thing. As much as he hates Katsuki, his method of using his quirk for propulsion works well. He used a short burst of kinetic to launch himself in any direction. While he needed to practice avoiding face planting every time, it was working. Luckily, if he falls he can absorb the kinetic energy and stop any injuries from happening. That's another thing Izuku practiced, dropping from large heights. Izuku knew he would be able to absorb all the kinetic energy from falling, but his monkey brain said, "You fall, you dead," and so Izuku held onto a tall tree in the woods trying to let go and practice falling. With a large inhale, he let go. Wait, no. Monkey brain activated. His hands scraped against the bark and failed to get a grip. Now Izuku was yelling in his head to absorb kinetic. The wind blew through his hair and clothes, and then he felt his feet hit the ground and he stopped. His organs were all in the right place and no broken bones. Although, his breaths were ragged as he tried to calm down. An hour later, Izuku found himself at the top of the tree again to continue his practice. Months went by with the same routine of getting up early to exercise, school work, and then move on to quirk practice and experimentation. His body was building muscles very well with his diet and constant exercise. Quirk has been going great, although he still hasn't reached a limit for his capacity. The amount of thermal energy stored up is beginning to get ridiculous. One week, Izuku took a break to see what other energies he could use. At first, he wanted to focus on kinetic, thermal, and lightning for the UA test. Now that he has a good grasp on them, Izuku wants to see more possible energies. First on his list was nuclear energy. Since he didn't want or have a way to test it, he crossed it off the list. Next was sound energy. It took some time to focus on the speaker of his phone, but his sixth sense picked it up and he pulled the energy into him. His phone went quiet and he felt the energy enter his core. More sound was absorbed and it began to spread as he tested his limits. Izuku's world went quiet and he heard nothing. Not his heart, the wind, or the shifting of clothes. Then he stopped and he was disoriented from the immediate change. Now to test the release of sound energy. With his hand pointed out he released a trickle of sound and nothing happened. He released some more and there was a low thrum and vibration. He used his sixth sense and he could see the sound energy expelling from his palm to the stone in front of him. He released some more and the rock cracked from the loud thrum of the energy. Izuku grabbed his notebook and wrote under sound energy. Most likely lethal, avoid using on people that shouldn't die. He nodded and moved on to the next on the list. Light energy was really easy once the sun was right over his head. His sixth sense caught the light energy coming from right above and Izuku focused on it. Light energy was similar to sound by the way it moves, it wants to spread everywhere. Izuku grabbed it and absorbed it a bit at a time. In the palm of his hand was a void of light. He could feel the light being absorbed and he pulled more. His whole body was encompassed by the void and he felt the absence of thermal energy coming in with the light energy. He saw nothing but heard everything just fine. It was very disturbing to see not a dark room but void, the absence of light. He stopped and he could see again. Releasing light had not much direct combat effect. In his hand was a globe of light that brightened when he released more energy. Could blind someone, void darkness, and then bam, the holy light of God. Izuku chuckled at that. Now, Izuku had a theory that he could absorb the unique energy of a quirk but he had no one to test it with. Say if someone used light beams to attack, he could possibly absorb the light and thermal. He hopes one day he could put it to the test. Izuku was on the roof of his apartment and he was looking over the edge. He inhaled and then exhaled and then ran and leapt off the roof. He plunged 7 stories and landed on the dark street without a sound other than his shoes scraping on the ground. He exhaled again and pumped his fist in success. It took a long time for him to shut up his money brain and leap without hesitation. He found the idea of leaping off enormous heights only to land without even having to bend his knees, very cool looking. Izuku made his way to the woods again to practice his stealth skills. With the combination of absorbing light and sound, he moved in absolute darkness. Then, he focused on thermal energy with his sixth sense and he was practically invisible. Except for the large globe of void moving across the woods without a sound. He smiled and genuinely laughed at the scenario of him sneaking around with a void suit covering him. He has plans for that but it's difficult to keep what he absorbs limited to close to his skin. He has managed an arm that was shrouded in the lightless void but more than that was difficult. He made it to his clearing and looked around at the destruction. Trees were dead or dying from getting frozen over and over again. Piles of ash were in random locations and craters filled the area from his kinetic blasts. He had come far with his quirk and its application for it. He sat down and focused on his sixth sense and focused again on the thermal aspect. He has practiced with heat sense the most. Looking around, he could see clearly with thermal vision. While he couldn't see, he could feel where heat was and wasn't. He had practiced combining different elements to see if they had any effects but the only one that truly had potential was thermal and lightning. When he released them together, it made a plasma-like substance that was hard to control in large quantities. Thermal energy could be contained and then released to produce a blast of fire or heat but plasma didn't want to follow the same rule set. Lightning was more like point and shoot if Izuku wants to hit anything accurately. While he didn't necessarily need to aim with his hands it made things easier. He had tried to blast thermal through his elbow and chest and they were successful but lightning didn't want to stay on course without guidance. Absorbing multiple energies at the same time had also been successful. While using thermal energy he was practically immune because he absorbed what hit him. It didn't protect him from kinetic energy. So he had to split his focus on releasing thermal and absorbing kinetic for protection. How did he practice this? By running into trees as he blasted rocks in the clearing, very dignified. It was 1 week away from the UA entrance exam and he was as prepared as he could be. His thermal energy reserves were still not at capacity, he could hold more. Electricity energy was low since he couldn't go around draining the country's electric energy. Kinetic was alright. Ever since he began jumping off roofs he has gotten a steady supply of kinetic energy. Sound and light both were low but they wouldn't be hard to absorb if need be. He had passed his last year of online school long ago and had too much free time for his health. His body was lean and very fit from his daily routine and diet. Now all he had to do is wait for the exam. 3 days before the exam, Izuku sat next to the window as he read one of his books. It was almost midnight and the weather forecast said there will be a storm coming in soon. He put his book down and stared at the roiling dark clouds with lightning arcing through them sporadically. I'm fine with thermal. I can pass with thermal and kinetic. There is no need for more, he mumbled to himself, trying to convince himself that his plan wasn't idiotic. I'm going to fucking die. I can turn back anytime, he spoke to himself as the wind threatened to knock him over. He couldn't let an opportunity slip out of his fingers. So he stood at his clearing in the woods with menacing clouds overhead. I want more. He stared up at the heavens above and began to absorb the static. In a lightning storm, there was a lot of static and Izuku was filling up with electrical energy with that alone, but he wanted more. The first lightning strike hit near him and he missed the chance to absorb it when he was blinded by the light. Right, thermal for the heat. A small amount of light for the arc. And lightning for the lightning. He began to absorb some light around his face to protect himself from getting blinded again. Again, lightning stuck and he was ready. With his arm raised it took all its electrical energy and what thermal energy it released. He could see the arc go into his hand and be sucked into his core. It was wonderful. That single lightning strike was enough for 2 large blasts. With confidence, he waited and absorbed more of the static around him, but the Zeus didn't want to throw any more lightning at him. The clouds slowly moved away from his clearing. No, I want it all, Izuku shouted to the heavens, but they didn't listen. Fine, then. With the lightning he absorbed, he shot it back into the sky, and through it followed the clouds, lightning. He absorbed it and he did it again and again until the gods got angry at him and began to rain lightning strike after lightning strike right at him. From far away people could see the lightning storm roll in slowly. It struck somewhere in the woods and then again. The saying goes lightning doesn't strike the same place twice, but it did that night. Strike after strike landed in the same spot in the woods. People watched as 100 lightning strikes landed back to back in the same location. There were many videos and pictures uploaded that night from the freak phenomenon. After the lightning stopped striking, heroes investigated the scene to find a charred clearing and the smell of ozone throughout the area. A few days later found Izuku walking under the gates of Ua. While nervous about all the people, he had confidence in his ability to pass the exam. After the written exam, Izuku sat with thousands of other hopefuls for the practical exam. Present Mike walked on stage and explained what they would need to do to pass the exam. Izuku took it all in and felt grateful to develop such a versatile quirk. The explanation ended and Izuku made his way to the provided locker room to change into some sportswear. He wore a tank top and shorts to avoid getting his clothes charred or torn in case of kinetic blasts. Now he was debating whether or not to leave his red quirkless shoes on. He didn't want to ruin them, but he could just take them off at the sight. With a nod, he headed to the buses. The gates to the mock city were huge to Izuku's eyes and probably everyone else's as well. The other test takes had a variety of quirks and mutations. Some stripped some clothing and Izuku followed suit and took off his socks and shoes and set them next to a pile of female clothes. Another article of clothing landed on the pile and Izuku looked back to see nothing. He turned his thermal vision on and immediately shut it down when he got a glimpse of a female figure in a tight suit. With red cheeks, Izuku mumbled, "Sorry," and walked away from the pile of clothes and his shoes. He didn't hear any reply as he got to a space and tried to focus on the upcoming test. He calmed some and thought about his plan to successfully pass the exam. He wasn't sure how many points he needed to pass, but more is better. A loud shout from the top of a tower behind Izuku shocked him out of his thoughts. There is no countdown in real life. Go, Present Mike yelled out with his quirk for all to hear. Izuku didn't hesitate and released kinetic energy through his feet to launch himself over the competition. The cement cracked and he was flying forward. Passing the mob, he saw a one-pointer. He aimed and fired a lightning bolt straight through its chest and exited its back and stopped at the ground below it. Too much power, he melted a hole and wasted unnecessary energy. He landed without any issue and kept running and then leapt again. He found himself in front of a pack of two-pointers. He leapt a few feet back and released a concentrated stream of thermal energy. It washed over the robots and caused many to melt in contact with the superheated flame. He stopped and 3 slag piles remained. He absorbed the remaining thermal and moved forward with vigor. In the viewing room for the UA staff, a tall skinny blonde narrowed his eyes on Izuku Midoriya.
He remembered the green-haired teen from almost a year ago, and he remembers that he didn't have a quirk, much less 3. Who is that boy? His question was directed at Nezu, but his eyes never left the screen with the teen that blocked a strike from a three-pointer like it was nothing. 4 quirks, he corrected himself. MHHH, and Izuku Midoriya, online schooling with great grades and quirkless. How peculiar. Nezu hummed with interest in the boy. He saw what All Might saw, but he could see all of his abilities are connected. Aizawa took a look at the boy's profile on the screen. He lied about having a quirk. Not very logical to me. What do you plan to do? Midnight asked her boss. I'll have a word with him. All Might said with a growl. No, you will not. We'll play it by ear. I'm curious about what this is about. Nezu stopped All Might from leaving the room. You can't be serious. He could be one of his. All Might hissed with fury. Steam rose from his body in preparation. Last warning, Yagi. You will leave him alone. Nezu's beady eyes bore into the number 1 hero's blue eyes. This will be a mistake. He growled and stood with his arms crosses as he glared at the screen with the green-haired boy. Izuku had to admit that destroying robots was very cathartic. It was a piece of cake to find his next target with his 6th sense keyed into electrical energy. He could feel the moving energy sources as he ran through the mock city. He had lost track of his points a little while ago, but he was confident that he had enough to pass. Looking around, the other exam takers showed some panic on their faces. Most likely the time limit was getting to them or the dangerous environment. More than one time, Izuku had to step in to help another examinee from getting overwhelmed or hurt. Kinetic absorption stopped any blows from landing, and his lightning stopped any more resistance for the bots. He had taken to draining the robots for electrical energy to refill his stores of energy. Whatever battery they had was good and filled him up bit by bit. Then, there was a rumble from the center of the city. A massive robot arose from the streets, the zero-pointer. Everyone began to flee in panic and self-preservation. Izuku was going to follow suit when he heard a cry for help. He looked behind him and saw no one. He focused on thermal and saw a figure under some rubble. The invisible girl. No one could see her, and the robot was treading closer by the second. Izuku leapt into action and got to the girl in a moment. She was pinned by the rubble on her leg. I can't get free. She sounded panicked. Izuku looked under the large slab and found where her leg was. Placing his palm next to it, he concentrated points on his hand with kinetic energy and released. The stone cracked and Izuku could lift the remaining stone off of her. She tried to put weight on her leg only to collapse. Izuku took one of her arms and slung it under him and helped her move out of the way of the robot. He looked back and it wasn't stopping. Oh, fuck off, you robot. Electrical energy arced over his hand and focused on his pointed fingers aimed at the chest of the robot. He dumped half of the electrical energy and fired. Anyone watching was momentarily blinded as the arc of the lightning obliterated a hole straight through the chest of the zero-pointer. The giant robot stopped in its tracks and began to explode and fall apart. In shock and awe at the spectacle, Izuku continued to pull the invisible girl away from the calamity happening behind him. While he did want to watch the 10-story robot collapse, he had someone to help. That's time's up. If you require medical attention, please go to the exit or wait where you are. Present Mike's stuttering broke everyone out of shock at the scene before them. He is too dangerous. We need to stop him. Yagi yelled at the rat bear thing. He risked his own life for Miss Hagakure. Nezu calmly replied. It's an act. The number 1 hero didn't relent. How can you know that? Nezu was beginning to get annoyed at the skinny man's arguing. You will not speak or touch the boy. If you do so, there will be severe consequences. Am I clear? In response, he got a glare and the man looked away. Izuku set down the girl by a building next to the exit. He could hear the whispering going on around him but tried to ignore them. How is the leg? It's hard to tell how injured you are. He asked. I'll be okay, thank you for your help. That was incredible, you completely wrecked that bot. I'm Toru Hagakure. She gushed at Izuku's work and held out a hand to shake. Izuku, still the nervous boy, blushed under the praise. Izuku Midoriya, I'm just glad you're not too hurt. He shook her hand to her surprise. Still, at the time she was completely invisible with not even her clothes to guess what she was doing at the time. You can see me, she said under her breath. Izuku was interrupted by an old lady's cane pushing him to the side. Clear the way for an old woman. Let's see the damage. Recovery girl ambled up to the sitting girl. She tapped her glasses and they turned white from the outside. Bruised leg and sprained ankle by the looks of it. She kissed the leg and Hagakure let out a sigh of relief. Izuku meanwhile was beginning to become uncomfortable with the stares of the other teens and left before anything else happened. Grabbing his shoes, he made his way back to the locker rooms to change and head to his apartment. Hagakure lost the chance to talk to the curious green boy. On his way to the apartments, Izuku felt good. He was able to help someone and he got to blow off steam all the while working on his plan to become a hero. Maybe Hagakure will be in his class, a somewhat familiar face would be nice. He stopped by an ice cream shop and bought a cone for his private celebration. While walking, he checked his core for his energy reserves. Electrical energy took a major hit with that last lightning strike and getting more will be hard unless there is another lightning storm soon. Thermal was less of an issue and easy to absorb. It dipped a fraction but he wasn't worried about it. Kinetic energy was down about a quarter but wasn't worried about that one either. He didn't use light or sound so that was the same. All in all, he was happy with what he had spent. An hour later, Izuku sat at his desk and stared at the large box with All Might merch. He was tempted to use it for fuel but knew that would be wasteful. So he turned on his computer and logged in at an auctioning site for hero merch. He took pictures of each item and set them up all for sale under one item. He set the starting bid somewhat high and let the website do its job. Some extra money will be nice in case of emergencies. 3 days later, he checked up on the auction to see what he got for bids. He stared at the final price listed. He stared and stared some more. Then he reloaded the website just in case there was a bug. The whole set was sold for 1.3 million yen, 10,000 United States dollars. He couldn't comprehend that his merch was worth so much but he wasn't going to complain. He got the exchange location and it was in front of a police station, much to his comfort. He sent a message to the bid winner that he will be there in an hour for the meetup. The buyer asked for 2 hours instead and he agreed. 2 hours later, Izuku found himself on a bench outside a police station. A man caught his eye and the man nodded in greeting. Izuku stared at the man who used to be All Might's sidekick. He was in a suit and had a serious face about him. Kid Might 2335, Sir asked with his monotone voice. Sir Might 009 I take it. Here is the merch, you're free to check if you like. He sighed at the username he made up when he was younger. He moved forward and sifted through the box. May I ask why you are selling? He didn't stop as he checked each item. You know the saying, never meet your heroes, it's true. He said something that changed my views of him and I didn't like my room covered in his face. He said honestly. I see, he said simply. Izuku shuffled through his bag and pulled out the right notebook. He opened it and asked, could I get your autograph? Sir looked up and took the notebook filled with his profile. He read through what the boy had written. This analysis is yours. Izuku nodded. It's rough and amateurish but it holds potential. He signed it at the top next to his drawn face. Izuku felt warm under the praise. Thank you, sir. What are your plans for the future? Oh, I took the UA entrance exam a few days ago. I'm going into the hero course. A shame, your ability to dissect people would have been a boon for anyone who hired you. Don't let that skill wither. He gave Izuku an envelope with the money, picked up the box, and left. Izuku smiled once again at the praise and put the envelope in his bag after counting it. With a hop in his step, he headed back to the apartment to wait for his exam results. While waiting for his exam scores, Izuku used some of his newfound fortune to buy a new pair of his favorite shoes. While they made him stand out for having a second joint that identified a quirkless, they were very comfortable. His old ones were good for a while longer but not to last, especially for rigorous exercise in training on the UA campus. He got the usual sneer from the cashier when he made the purchase and looks from other customers when he left. He ignored them all after all. Lashing out wouldn't end well for him and his plan. After leaving the shoe store in the mall, he made his way to his apartment with a book he picked up on the way. He thought about stopping at a hair parlor to get a haircut but he decided against it. His hair was long enough to put in a ponytail and he did when exercising. It didn't get in his way too much and he kinda liked the way it felt on his neck. He should cut it though, it was getting unruly. A few days later, Izuku found a UA letter in the mailbox. He stared at it and quickly moved to the apartment and then to his room. He sat at his desk and opened it with anticipation. Papers fell out with a metal disc. He took the disc and pushed a button on the side. It is I, too. Izuku clenched his fist and hit the button again. He had to set the disc down and force himself to calm down. He was just tempted to absorb any energy it had and melt it but refrained. Why would the number 1 hero be announcing his test scores for UA? The only thing he could think of is his limit on being a hero. That would give the bastard an excuse to limit his time when he was heavily injured. That would mean he would be at UA and Izuku would have to interact with him at some point. He had hoped that with Bakugo gone, he wouldn't have to deal with any more people that he couldn't stand. With a long exhale, he picked up the device and pushed the button again. It is I. To give you your test score. Izuku Midoriya. All Might seemed to grit his teeth as he said his name, something to note for later. You passed the written exam at the top of your class. For your practical, you have shown some very interesting abilities. He said the last part with emphasis and then looked off screen at someone speaking to him. You got 67 villain points and for heroic deed, you earned 85 more points. Welcome to UA, he finished tersely. Small videos showed Izuku helping others while taking the test, and the holograph shut off. Izuku promptly grabbed the device, drained it, and melted it into a pile of slag. He set the paperweight on his desk and let out a sigh. Ignoring the number 1 hero, he had made it. He was in line to become a hero. He let out tears of joy as he internally celebrated his success. After all the grief and pain he endured, he was going to get a chance to live his dream. Wiping his tears away, he picked up the slip of papers and read them over. They were asking about his measurements and his design for a hero costume. He wrinkled his nose at some of the hero costumes he designed before he met All Might. He shook his head at the thought of any of them. He grabbed his notebook and began to brainstorm on what he would want to need. Mobility would be ideal, armor would have little benefit with his kinetic absorption. He would need something that would be able to handle extreme temperatures and something that would let him release energy through his feet for propulsion. While running barefoot at the exam worked, it wasn't comfortable for long periods. He would need to have something that his quirk passed through. He remembered Hagakure at the exam and that she had a suit of some kind so she wouldn't be naked for her quirk to be effective. He researched and found that a company used the person's hair to create clothes that worked with their quirk. He jotted the name down on the costume's design and outlined what he wanted. Now, to get the hair. Good thing he wanted to get a haircut. The next day, Izuku found a hairdresser that could use her quirk to grow his hair out and cut it. It was perfect for his hero costume. He left with a bag of his hair and a lighter head. He kept his hair short but also enough to curl as he liked. With that, he sent everything to UA. He continued to practice his quirk in the woods until the first day of school started. He was anxious and worried that UA would be another Aldera. He hopes that he is wrong, but he has been burned too many times, literally and figuratively, to trust anyone. He will have to be careful and watch everyone. Anyone that passed the exam will undoubtedly be powerful, and Izuku saw what power did to people. He walked through the halls of UA for the search of 1A, but whoever built it made it like a maze. He held in a snort when a person with a Minotaur quirk walked in the opposite direction he did. He had 5 minutes before class started and he began to panic until he saw 1B then 1A. He heard some commotion inside and took in a breath before opening the large door. He scanned over his new classmate and then froze at who he saw. Katsuki Bakugo sat by the windows as a tall blue-haired boy said something Izuku didn't hear. He didn't see anything else as he stared at his tormentor for a decade with cold fury. Why was he here? How was he allowed to come here when he was arrested before his own eyes? Bakugo felt someone staring and he turned to meet Izuku's cold eyes. Bakugo snarled and looked like he wanted to say something but instead looked away. The tall teen moved in front of Izuku and he tensed. Greeting. I am. If you are here to make friends then leave. Izuku spun at the voice and stared at the sleeping bag on the ground. He backed away as a man stood up. My name is Shota Aizawa. Put these on and meet me outside. He pulled out a box and left. The class was quiet as Aizawa left. Izuku took one of the uniforms in his size and left after shooting Bakugo a glare. Soon, the rest of the class followed his lead. In the locker room, the boys in his class chatted with each other as they stripped and changed into their uniforms. Izuku took a corner and took off his shirt. The room got quiet. Izuku turned to see everyone staring at his back and chest. The split-haired team got a look and then began to change again. Bakugo didn't say anything and kept changing. It's rude to stare, Izuku said and put on his shirt. His back and chest were covered in burn scars and other healed injuries. His arms were a little better but his tan hid them better. Bro, what happened to you to get so many scars? A red-haired teen asked with worry filling his eyes. Most of the others also had the same look. Bad school life. Izuku left after he finished without explaining any more. The green-haired student stood outside and in front of Aizawa. The man was standing there bored but Izuku could see that he was looking the student over. Soon, the rest of the class joined with the boys somewhat quieter as the girls chatted between themselves. Izuku spotted one particular person and he turned his sixth sense on thermal. He was glad the invisible girl passed and was in his class, maybe she would be nice. It took you too long. Time is precious and in the hero industry even more so. Midoriya, you passed in first place. Throw this as far as you can with your quirk. Aizawa tossed a baseball at Izuku and he caught it. Don't leave the circle. Izuku ignored the confused glare Bakugo gave Aizawa and Izuku. He stepped into the circle and got into an amateurish pitcher stance. He threw the ball and released half of his kinetic energy into it. He had plenty to spare, he hoped. With a crack, it was sent sailing through the air. He turned back to Aizawa and he held up a device with his distance. 583.5 meters, you all will be showing me what you can do with your quirks. He said with a tired drawl. We can use our quirks. This is going to be so fun. A pink girl with horns cheered with some of his classmates. The mood dropped when Aizawa glared at all of them. Fun you say? Then let's do this. Last place is expelled. Before you say anything about fairness, hero business isn't fair. Get used to it. The class was shocked and some worried about what would come. Izuku barely heard any of it as he kept an eye on Bakugo who seemed to be grinding his teeth and glaring at Izuku. The class moved forward to a sand strip and Aizawa called forward two students to run. Izuku waited in the line of students when he felt a nug on his arm. He looked over and Hagakure stood next to him waving with her sleeve showing the movement. It's nice to see you again, Midoriya. I'm glad to made it. And I wanted to thank you again for saving me at the exam. She said quietly but with vigor. Izuku turned on his sixth sense and smiled a bit at the invisible girl. He could see her features in close range and she was smiling at him in return. I'm glad you made it too. Oh ho, you two know each other. The pink girl stepped close to the two. Izuku instinctively stepped away from her proximity. Midoriya here saved me from getting run over by the zero-pointer and then blew it up. Hagakure said to the pink girl while acting out the scene at the exam. Less talking, Midoriya you're up. Aizawa broke the conversation and Izuku moved to the line next to a teen with a bird head. Tokiyami as Aizawa called him, nodded to Izuku and took his place to run. Izuku took off his shoes and socks before lining up and waiting. Izuku shot kinetic force through his feet in short bursts with each footfall and sped across the finish line. Tokiyami passed a few seconds later with the help of a bird shadow pushing behind the teen. The rest of the tests went along without any issues except for the glares Bakugo shot at Izuku and back at him. Hagakure kept quiet after Aizawa's rebuking but still stood next to Izuku the whole time, which made Izuku feel a bit better. With Bakugo in his class, he felt like he wanted to snap but Hagakure was a nice distraction from the presence of his torture. Another welcome distraction was all the new quirks he saw. He itched to write in his notebook about all the observations he made. He caught himself mumbling more than a few times and feared Hagakure would make fun of him but she never said anything. Here are your scores. Read them yourselves. Aizawa put a projection of their ranks. Izuku placed in 5th place after Bakugo but he expected that. He only had his quirk for less than a year but he was happy with his results. That didn't mean he wasn't going to train even more to surpass everyone. Hagakure was placed 18th with a short purple-haired boy last. He cried in horror but stopped when Aizawa spoke again. Also, I lied about being expelled. Think of it as a ruse to motivate you all. And with that, he left. The class was shocked except for a girl who gave Izuku a presumptuous air to her. The class was dismissed for the day and everyone left to change and leave. Izuku left not to get changed but to find a gym to take advantage of their advanced training gyms. Izuku was tired but he could handle a few more hours. He found a passing upperclassman and he was pointed to a gym with his specifications. The gym he opened to was empty and had a panel for many elements to fire at the middle of the arena. There were also targets on the sides of the octagonal arena for Izuku to practice his aim. It was perfect for him. He played around with the control panel to see what it could do and was very satisfied with it. He set the projectiles for streams of fire, bolts of electricity, and small rubber balls. He set it at low to start and at a timer to stop by itself. He stepped into the center and the floor spun slowly as the first object shot at him. Izuku blocked the ball with his arm and it fell to the ground with its kinetic force absorbed. It kept going until the timer ran out and Izuku turned up the difficulty just a notch. He focused on trying to absorb energy directly and then shoot out a different energy at a target on the walls. 2 hours later he was sweating and exhausted but felt like he had a successful training time. He changed and headed to the apartment with a smile on his face. For the whole time he was training, Izuku completely forgot about both All Might and Bakugo. The next morning, Izuku was watching the video again to learn how to tie his tie properly. It took him way too long but finally, it looked proper. He left the apartment with a bagel in his mouth and excitement for the day to come. While having Bakugo in his class ruined some of the experience of learning how to be a hero, he will have to do his best to ignore him. He entered the classroom and found his seat, right behind Bakugo. Nope, he turned to look over at his classmates and choose someone at random. His eyes landed on the redhead from the locker room, Kirishima. Kirishima, I am Izuku Midoriya, could we switch seats? Izuku asked directly. Most of the class was watching the interaction. Izuku didn't care. Sure, but why? Kirishima shrugged as he got up. The seating arrangement has been made for a reason. It is very important that we stick to our assigned seats. Iida lectured as he stood and chopped his arms down in rapid movements. Izuku looked over at Iida and saw earnestness instead of ridicule like he thought he would. It would be distracting for my education. More like he couldn't stand to look at that spiky blonde all day before snapping at some point. Bakugo abruptly stood up to lash out but glared and held his tongue instead. Whoa, I'm all right with switching. Kirishima moved slightly between the two glares, one feral and the other cold and calculating. Aizawa stepped through the door at that moment and Kirishima took Izuku's seat. He stared at the two before his eyes snapped to Bakugo for a split second before continuing like nothing happened. From there school went on normally with heroes coming in and teaching mundane subjects like history and math. Lunch came around and Izuku took a chance to eat in the cafeteria for the first time in years. If worst came to worst, he would eat quickly and find a quiet spot to pass the period. He took his plate of food and found an empty table at the corner where he could see the whole cafeteria without turning too much. Izuku sat and began to eat while watching everyone who got too close or eyed him. He felt anxious as he took his first bite of food. It was good. Hagakure was the first to sit next to him, much to his surprise. He turned on his sixth sense to see her facial expression. Where did you go yesterday? I wanted to chat some more after school. She was very expressive both in her movements and her facial features. She has shown both honesty and a bit of sadness. Sorry, I didn't know you wanted to talk to me. I stayed late to train in one of the gyms. Izuku didn't mention that he wanted to avoid Bakugo also. Mina and a few more of his classmates sat around at the table he was at. He began to feel caged around on all sides but kept it well hidden. Bakugo sat far away from his table with Kirishima, which did make him feel slightly better. So, you never finished how Midori here saved you at the exams. Mina first started. She leaned in towards Hagakure's shoulder. Oh, so I was completely invisible when the 0-pointer came out and some rubble pinned my leg and I couldn't escape. I thought that the thing couldn't see me and that I was going to get run over, so I did what anyone would have done. I screamed for help. Izuku ate as she retold the story to everyone. I thought I was dead, no one could see me. Then, Midoriya came sprinting at full tilt right at me and got the rubble off of me. He helped me move since my leg was busted and the 0-pointer was hot on our heels. So, Midoriya turns around and tells the thing to fuck off and blasts it with a giant lightning bolt that melted a hole straight through its chest. It was incredible. That thing went down hard. It was some movie-level action. Hagakure gestured with her arms the whole time telling the story. The table was quiet as they listened with rapt attention, and many faces were shocked at the end of the story. Izuku felt everyone's attention settle on him and he felt his proverbial hackles rise. He could read that they all had some sort of disbelief on their faces, but Izuku still didn't feel comfortable with that much attention. It never ended well for him in the past. You took down a 0-pointer. Mina shouted in disbelief. Lightning. I thought you had some force quirk or something. Kaminari asked in confusion. You're right, that does sound like prime action movie material. Shiro agreed with Hagakure. Izuku looked at everyone at the table and saw that there was no malice or mockery in their eyes. He felt wary and anxious at all the directed attention but did his best to answer. Lightning is a facet of my quirk. I can absorb and release energies of stored. Izuku looked around and saw interest in everyone's eyes, including Hagakure, who was leaning in. He gave them a small display and held his palm up. He released some flames, then an arc of electricity ran through his fingers, followed by a ball of light, then a black void. He left out kinetic and sound since they wouldn't be visible. He looked up from his palm and saw everyone's awestruck eyes. That's so cool. What was the last one? Was it dark energy? Like magic? Mina rose out of her seat and then gasped. Can you do some spooky dark magic? She finished the last part with a whisper. You can absorb electricity. Well, you completely counter me. No fair. Kaminari began to sulk as Shiro patted his back in comfort. Then, the blonde got an idea that bloomed in his head. No, it was just me absorbing the light. He leaned back a little from Mina's enthusiasm. Izuku felt a poke from Hagakure. He turned and saw her face close to his. He jerked back in surprise and almost fell off his seat. So you can see me. I heard you say something like that at the exam but didn't get a chance to ask you before you left. Izuku could see Hagakure's face turn eager when she asked. Izuku sat back in his chair. Yay, I can sense or see different energies when I focus. I focused on thermal energy and can see you radiate heat, so I can see all of you. Head, hair, and face but not color. I can't see what color your hair is or eyes. He began to ramble and cut himself off with an internal curse and looked around for their reaction to his weirdness. Mina was smirking in a teasing way but held no ill intent. Kaminari and Shiro didn't seem to care but were listening anyways. He then looked at Hagakure and he could see her face was hotter than before. Are you okay? Ah yay, I've always been invisible and you being able to see me is kinda embarrassing as all. She covered her face and hid a smile. Oh, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Izuku felt ashamed for seeing something private like that. Hagakure waved her hands back and forward in denial. No, it's okay, I don't mind. She still smiled and glanced around without worrying that someone would see her. Then she reminded herself that there was a boy that could do just that next to her. She covered her face again in embarrassment. Izuku was about to say something but the bell rang and lunch ended. Everyone made their way to their next class. Izuku headed to his first hero class. Kaminari looked over at Izuku with a question to ask but waited for a better time. Shiro strolled along with an easy smile. Mina was talking to Hagakure in hushed whispers, but it was clear to hear Mina giggling as Hagakure covered her face with her arms. The class chatted excitedly as they waited for their teacher for hero class. Izuku looked around and they all had the same enthusiasm for the upcoming lesson. Izuku was also giddy and couldn't hide his anticipation. The feeling died when the number 1 hero slammed the door open. Izuku's face went emotionless as the class erupted in a cacophony of noise. He stared at All Might as he strolled into class with a swagger. The hero gave his first class a show. His smile became forced when he met the cold eyes of Izuku Midoriya. He returned the gaze as the cheering calmed down. Bakugo hid his emotions well but his excitement leaked through. He glanced around and saw everyone sharing the same feeling except for the split-haired boy, which he expected. What came as a surprise was the green-haired boy's reaction. He didn't look happy, he didn't look excited, he looked angry to see the number one hero. The look in his eyes was the same one he gave to Bakugo when they saw each other. If we will be having hero class, then you will need to look the part. Meet me in Gym D. With that the hero gave one more glance to Izuku and left in a hurry. Everyone scrambled to grab their costume suitcase and run out the door. Where is Gym D? Kaminari shouted in desperation before following the flow of classmates. Izuku waited and grabbed his suit when it was clear. Bakugo grabbed his suit at the same time. Izuku ignored him and left. You think yourself all high and might now with a quirk. Bakugo sneered. Izuku didn't turn but shot back. You think you deserve to be here. He didn't wait for a response and left for the locker room. Everyone was looking over their suits as they changed into them. Izuku took note of each of them and went to change himself. His suit was made up of a tight tank top with a heavy leather jacket over it. The brown leather bomber jacket wasn't anything special but did have a Kevlar layer under the leather. The tank top was made by the special company that made Hagakure's suit. He tested the material by releasing some thermal energy with his hand covered by the fabric. It flowed right past it like it wasn't there. He had a pair of shorts that were made of the same material with a pair of thin shoes to match. He had a pair of combat pants to go over the shorts so it wouldn't look like he was in his underwear. The last parts were his equipment. He asked for a gas mask to cover his lower face and a bag of projectiles. He asked for a bag filled with ball bearings and rubber balls for him to launch with his kinetic blast. He would need to find the right output so he didn't launch the bearings like buckshot, but that comes later. The last is a knife in his lower back. He had many options for his quirk but he didn't have anything that could cut something cleanly. Izuku left the locker room and met up with the rest of the class at the end of the corridor. The class had a variety of colors and suits with them. Not many had equipment except for pouches. He felt somewhat uncomfortable with some of the girls' skin-tight outfits and Yaoruzo even more so. Jiro walked up to Izuku. Punk suit, even nicer jacket. I have one of these at home and they are very nice for the winter. Jiro Kyoka, you Midoriya right? Izuku nodded and slipped his gas mask down. I'm pretty happy with it, it's even lined with Kevlar. He wanted to be comfortable in his suit. Damn, that's a good idea, I must steal that idea. Won't it get hot in that though? Jiro felt the sleeve of the jacket and Izuku forced himself not to pull back. He felt like Jiro was alright. Izuku absorbed some of the thermal energy in the close area and it cooled. My quirk helps with the heat. That's rad. Jiro smiled. Midoriya, you look awesome, it fits you nicely. Hagakure strolled up to Izuku in her bodysuit with boots and gloves that were visible. I can't believe you're naked. Jiro looked away for her with red cheeks. Hagakure slipped one of her gloves off and held up her finger in a shushing manner to Izuku with a smile. It's not like you can see anything. Izuku held in a laugh and looked away. Alright, you newbies. We will be doing combat trials. The deep end is where you will learn the best. Now to draw teams by lots. All Might clapped and got everyone's attention. He was bombarded by questions and he stopped everyone and read a script for the exercise. Now, pair up. Izuku took a ball and felt All Might's glare on him but he ignored him. Izuku should be the one angry at him for what he said. Why was the number one hero angry at him? He didn't care and left to find his partner. He found a green-haired girl for his partner, Tsuyu Asui. Hello, the frog girl said in greeting. Nice to meet you. Izuku returned the greeting politely. Even if his mother wasn't there to teach him manners, he learned them himself. Team D for villains versus Team C for heroes. Izuku looked over to the split-haired boy, Todoroki. His partner is Kirishima. Let the best team win. Kirishima said to Izuku and Asui. Izuku nodded and they left to plan their defense. Once inside, Izuku and his partner took stock of the area where the bomb was located. They could move it easily but it was in a one-exit room with windows on the side. Good place for a siege. Asui spoke first. We should know each other's quirks and abilities to work together as best we can. I'll start. My quirk is frog and I can do what a frog can. I can extend my tongue up to 20 meters and can excrete stomach acid, it's not that strong. Asui said with a blank face. Alright, Asui, call me Sue. Izuku looked at her in a bit of suspicion but then shrugged. Sue, how can you handle the cold? Will you go into torpor if you get too cold? Todoroki will be able to take me out easily, yes. Unless you can do something. She tilted her head. I can absorb and release energies of stored in my body. Kinetic, thermal, electric, sound, and light so far. I'll keep the cold away. Izuku rattled off. Sue stared at Izuku with a blank expression and then spoke. You have a very powerful quirk. We can't split up or else I would go into torpor and you will be alone to take out both of them. I suggest we go one floor down and wait for them there. Izuku felt good under the praise of his quirk. Thank you. Yay, I like that idea. They made their way down and waited in the room that had plenty of space and a room where they could pretend to hide the bomb. Start. They all heard and then ice flashed over the building and froze every wall and floor. Sue's eyes began to droop until there was a wave of heat that covered the whole room. Sue jumped onto the wall adjacent to the door and stuck on there. She waited for to ambush. Izuku didn't hide and stood in the middle of the room waiting for Todoroki or Kirishima to walk in. A minute later, Todoroki walked alone into the room and was surprised by the warm temperature. He saw Izuku and launched an ice wave at him. Izuku took it head on while Sue kicked down at Todoroki and knocked him out. Izuku melted his way out and helped Sue move the unconscious Todoroki to the side. You want to take on Kirishima? Sue asked Izuku. You sound like a good counter to him. Izuku nodded and made his way down the stairs to awaiting Kirishima. As Izuku made his way down, he evaporated any ice that clung to the floor and walls. On the second floor, Izuku found Kirishima at the other end of the hallway. I found you, villain. Where is my partner? Kirishima played the role of a hero to his heart's content. Izuku took off his jacket and folded it before setting it down. He lifted his hands into a combat position and moved forward. Oh ho, you approach me. Manly. He hardened his fists and ran to meet Izuku. Kirishima's fist swung and hit Izuku's exposed arm and came to a dead stop. What? His eyes widened and noticed his opponent's palm against his abdomen. Brace yourself. Izuku warned in caution and Kirishima hardened everything. Izuku released the stored kinetic energy in a blast and the redhead was launched back in a flash. He went through a wall and lay there trying to catch his breath. Midoriya, everything all right down there? Sue's voice came through the communication device in his ear. All good. Izuku walked forward to capture Kirishima but the redhead stood back up with unsteady legs. The bell ain't rung yet. He spit some blood on the ground and took a step forward. It turned into a slugfest with Izuku taking no damage at all and sending the kinetic energy back into Kirishima. The redhead began to tire more and more as Izuku kept a slow but steady pace while delivering 3 punches worth of energy back at him. Not once did Izuku block as Kirishima kept trying to win. Time's up. Villains win. All Might's voice came out of their earpieces in an angry tone. You're unstoppable. Kirishima gasped in a breath. No, I can get tired but I wasn't trying to beat you quickly. After all I need to win is waste time. Izuku said to Kirishima as Sue and Todoroki came down. The boy looked at Izuku with narrow eyes and kept going. Anyone hurt? Sue asked looking over Izuku and Kirishima. Just my pride. He smiled tiredly. I'm fine. Izuku picked up his jacket and caught Sue staring at his scar-riddled shoulder and arm. He put on his jacket and headed down. In the observation room, everyone was talking about the match that just happened. All Might, on the other hand, hid a scowl at the display of Midoriya playing with young Kirishima. Todoroki came in and was given conciliatory words but he didn't care. The other 3 walked in and the rest of the class crowded around them with congratulation and praise for the exercise. Izuku felt uncomfortable again at the attention but did his best to take it at face value. It felt good for him. Yes. Who can tell me what they did wrong? All Might broke it up and tried to be a teacher. Todoroki shouldn't have gone in alone and not know their opponent's capabilities. Kirishima should have followed behind Todoroki even against his wishes. Midoriya could have ended the battle with Kirishima faster and reduced the probability of him getting hurt. Kirishima, you should have tried to move past him for the objective instead of staying and fighting. Asui stayed near the bomb and guarded it. She did well. Yaoruzo spit out in rapid succession. There was no need for me to exert myself when all I needed to do was waste time to win. I also didn't want to ruin the fun of a fight. Izuku defending against the rich girl. Hiroshima gave him a smile of appreciation. Hero business is no fun matter. All Might said with a stern tone to Izuku. Yes, I remember you told me already. Izuku glared back at All Might for reminding him of that day on the roof. The class was shocked at the attitude and more importantly towards who. They all seemed to see that they know each other from before but no one asked from when. In the tense and quiet room, Kaminari broke the atmosphere. So, who's next? Many were grateful that they didn't have to be the ones to speak up first. The class moved on in the next set of teams for battle. Izuku moved away from All Might but close enough to see what his classmates were capable of with their quirks and in combat. There was still an awkward atmosphere in the room but everyone tried to ignore it. Hagakure moved up next to Izuku and tugged on his jacket sleeve, breaking him out of his muttering. It thought you looked really cool out there. She smiled for Izuku to see alone. Izuku blushed under the praise. Thanks, I appreciate it. I also have to thank you for giving me the idea of my suit. Izuku opened his jacket to show the tank top. Oh, it's the same as mine, you saw it at the entrance exam. Izuku nodded. I'm glad you found something that worked well for you. I've had mine for a few years since my parents didn't like the idea of me having to strip naked to use my quirk effectively. She laughed. Izuku blushed at the thought of that and violently shook the thought out of his head. Oh, are you thinking naughty thoughts? She had taken her gloves off and was teasing Izuku without anyone seeing her act weird. Izuku could see the smile on her face as she teased him and Izuku laughed some. It's pretty shameful, you acting like that for me to see only. He tried to tease back. Act like what? Are you ravishing Toru's body with your all-seeing eyes? Wait, you're naked and he can see heat. Close your eyes. Mina was playful at first and then moved to shield Hagakure with her body. I'm not ravishing her. Izuku blushed at the accusation. It's all right Mina, I'm not naked, see. She grabbed one of Mina's hands and put it on her sleeve to feel the fabric. Ooh, you little exhibitionist, here I thought the green bean had an all-access pass to leer at you without anyone knowing. Mina hooked her arm with Hagakure's and went back to teasing. I would never leer at anyone. Izuku said to himself. The class finished without any serious injuries and everyone went to change back into their uniforms to go home. Izuku changed into his gym uniform and went to practice his quirk again. He stopped at the exit to the boys' locker room when he saw Hagakure waiting outside the door. She was leaning against the wall opposite the door. Midoriya, are you going to the gym to train your quirk again? Wanna skip it and go for some ice cream instead? Hagakure said with hope on her face. She never picked up the habit to hide her expressions since her quirk did it for her and Izuku could read her very easily. I'm not sure, I'm not, come on, I never got to chat with you after the exam. Izuku was cut off by her pleading look. He smiled slightly at the thought of hanging out with someone and nodded. Yes, go get changed and let's go. She pumped her fist and pushed Izuku back into the locker room. He followed her instructions and left Ua with her and headed to a nearby ice cream store. Is everything alright? You look anxious. Izuku could see the hurt in her eyes and he was confused by it. I'm not used to going out socially like this. I haven't had a friend in a very long time. I mean if you want to be friends, if that's okay. Izuku fumbled as felt panic rise. Yay, of course, we're friends. I just thought you didn't want to be seen with me or something. She said quietly as she drew her shoulders in. I don't have any reason to be ashamed to be near you, what made you think that? Izuku slowed their pace so they could talk easily. In middle school, people always forgot that I existed and they made fun of me because of my quirk. They always knocked into me and said they didn't see me. People avoided me after school too. She explained and looked at Izuku for a reaction. Izuku was quiet for a moment and then. I'm a late bloomer. I didn't get my quirk until last year. My first and last friend became my bully and tormentor for a decade until I got out of that school. People look at quirkless as third or fourth rate citizens. Teachers sabotaged my grades, doctors wouldn't see me if I was injured, and I was bullied by everyone. Izuku was scared to look at Hagakure for her reaction and continued. People suck and you just have to find good people to be around. Izuku kept walking in silence, scared that Hagakure would turn away from him after finding he was quirkless. He felt a tug on his arm and he turned to be hugged by the invisible girl. And I thought I had it bad. I'm sorry you had to go through that. She sniffled. Izuku held his arms out and didn't know how to react, but he knew the hug felt so very good. He gently returned to hug. You shouldn't compare your past with others. It's not a competition, and thank you for being a good person and friend. They stayed there hugging for a minute longer as they stood on the empty sidewalk. Mina turned on the road and froze and smiled wickedly. She was about to take a picture for future teasing but stopped by seeing the green-haired boy's tears going down his face. She set her phone back in her pocket and turned down the road to loop around them. She liked to tease and have fun, but that didn't look like the right time. The two damaged teens sat in an ice cream store. They talked about nonsense and nothing important. Which flavor was better or if cone or spoon was better to eat it with. They let the heavy atmosphere from the earlier pass and they moved on to more comfortable moments. For Izuku, it was the first time he had an enjoyable time with someone from school. At first, he didn't know what to talk about after the things they got off their chests, but it came naturally when Hagakure began to talk about ideal ice cream eating conditions. He was more than content. Hagakure for her part was having the time of her life with Izuku. Reading people's body language was pretty important to have friends, and since hers was invisible, it made things hard. But with Izuku, he could see everything she expressed. On the walk home, they were in companionable silence. Hagakure rolled her sleeves up and took off her bracelets. What are you doing? Izuku watched her arms become impossible to see once she removed any articles of clothing. She mischievously smiled at him and Izuku got suspicious of her actions. But not in a malicious manner but playfully. Well, since you are the only one who can see me fully, why not do some devious thing? Like what? Izuku's mind went through 100 ideas of crimes they could commit with an invisible person. Like this. She hooked her arm around his and kept walking to the train station. Izuku blushed at the close contact with her. The hug earlier was more than now, but this seemed different. Why are you doing that? He didn't want to admit he liked the contact with another human being. Because I feel like you missed out on a lot of this kind of thing and I'm going to help you catch up to the norm. She was a bit shorter than him, but no one could tell that they hooked their arms together. Unless you feel uncomfortable. She now realizes that it was a bit selfish of her to do this. Izuku thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't mind, it's embarrassing, that's all. It's embarrassing if people see us, but only we will know. Izuku could faintly see more heat in her face than before, but he didn't bring it up. Soon, they arrived at the train station to split off. Give me your phone. Izuku did without much hesitation to his surprise. She found his contacts and felt saddened that he didn't have anyone's number. Not even a number for his parents. She didn't ask. Putting in hers and sending a message to it, she gave it back to him. There. Now I don't need to track you down next time. Izuku smiled down at his phone and put it away. Alright, thanks for everything. It was nice. You're saying it like it's gonna be the last. See you tomorrow, Midoriya. She squeezed his arm goodbye and boarded a train after waving. He did the same and arrived at the apartments with a lighter heart and a clearer mind. Izuku sat at his desk and finished his homework quickly and then kept writing notes about his classmates and their quirks. He sketched them out and analyzed them from personality to quirk. He kept this notebook in his room for safekeeping, even he knew it was very invasive. The other notebook he kept on himself was mainly the quirks of people and a quick sketch. He spent a bit more time drawing Hagakure and put in more effort. The next day, the front of the school gates was covered by cameramen and various news reporters. He saw UA students get mobbed by them asking questions about All Might. He scowled at the subject of their interest. He watched for a few minutes as more students tried to pass through the gates and the reporters. Izuku huffed and pushed his way into the crowd to get to class. A lady grabbed him when he ignored everyone and she received an electric shock, a minor one. He didn't wait for a rebuke and kept pushing through until he made it through. Aizawa was walking in his direction and Izuku moved past him without acknowledging him. He still didn't trust the teachers, even if they were heroes. In class, everyone waited for Aizawa to walk in and begin. Izuku smiled at Hagakure and she waved back at him as she talked to Mina and Kaminari. Kaminari looked over to Izuku and was about to approach him with a question on his lips, but the door opened again and Aizawa walked in and everyone scrambled to their seats. He talked about the trials and he criticized some for their match. Izuku wasn't told anything and he was glad for it. The day continues until lunch came and everyone got up to go and eat. Kaminari stopped by the door and waited for Izuku next to Hagakure, who was also waiting. "Come on, I'm starving," she moaned. Izuku saw that her sleeves were rolled up like yesterday and blushed at the thought of their arms hooked like a couple. Kaminari broke into his thoughts. "Hey, Midoriya. Can I ask you something?" When Izuku hesitantly nodded, he continued. "You know my quirk is electricity. I can generate and release electricity but nothing to what you can do with lightning. Anyways, my quirk always generates electricity and doesn't stop even if I'm full. I start to leak electricity when I'm full and shock people and fry things. So, I wanted to ask a favor and see if you could use your quirk on me to take some of the extra electricity. If you don't want to, that's totally fine." He finished with a smile and a hopeful look. Izuku thought about it and didn't see any downsides to it. He would get energy in his core and he would avoid hurting people unnecessarily. "Alright, I'll do it." Kaminari smiled brightly. "Thanks, man. At home, we have a copper rod driven into the ground to dump excess electricity and I was shooting it out in the field here when I had to. Wanna try it now?" He stuck his hand out and Izuku took it. "Release what you need to dump, I'll take care of the rest," Izuku said when Kaminari hesitated for a moment. An arc of electricity shot into Izuku and he felt a flavor of electricity flow into him and go into the rest of its kind. It was more than he expected as more and more was drained into him. Kaminari let go and had a look of relief. "That wasn't too fast," the blonde asked Izuku. "I could probably drain you much faster if you want to try next time." He was sure that he could absorb other energies the same way he did with thermal energy. "That looked pretty intimate, should I have not looked?" Hagakure teased the two. "Why would it be intimate?" Izuku asked with confusion. He looked to Kaminari and he shrugged as well. "Never mind, no fun." She pouted and reached to grab a hold of Izuku's arm. He stiffened and then relaxed but felt odd with Kaminari being so close and not knowing what she was doing. Hagakure saw this and smiled at Izuku with a knowing look. "Can I ask how well electricity works with you? Like how much you can control it?" Kaminari asked Izuku on their way to the lunch line. "At first, it wanted to go everywhere like a spray. But I read some books about how lightning strikes where." Izuku began and then Kaminari spoke. "The less static in an area and the path of least resistance. I've studied what I could but I can't choose how much static there is in the air like you, I guess. I've had some lucky days and been able to shoot out lighting but not consistently." They got trays of food and sat with Mina and the others from yesterday. "Right, I suppose you're right. I absorb the static in the air between me and my target and then shoot." Izuku thought about it as he took a bite to eat. "What are they talking about?" Mina asked Hagakure. The pink girl never noticed Hagakure's hand on Izuku's arm.
"Electricity and lighting stuff, for their quirks." She ate one-handed and listened to them talk. "I thought about getting a conducive whip but that's not my style." Kaminari shook his head. "Kinky." Zero smirked at the thought. He got a smack on the arm for it. "We can try some things after school if you like. The facilities here are pretty great." Izuku offered. He felt comfortable with Kaminari. "Yay. That would be..." An alarm cut him off and the cafeteria began to panic at the loud noise. Izuku absorbed some of the sound energy and looked around. Juru was near and he could see her struggling with her sensitive hearing. He moved to her side and extended his absorption. She looked around at the mute sound and then at him. She gave him a grateful nod and stuck close to him. Hagakure also moved to his side and clutched his arm in worry at everyone exiting the cafeteria in a mob. His classmates moved to join the mob and try to exit but Izuku didn't move to leave. They waved at them to follow but Izuku shook his head, no, and pointed at the crush of people. Mina and Kaminari nodded and stood by Izuku and the muffled alarm. They watched as Iida flew over the mob and shouted that it was only the press. Izuku slowed the absorbing sound and they could hear what he was saying. Soon everyone calmed down and began to leave in a more organized fashion. Izuku stopped absorbing and the sound came back in full. You alright, Juru? All thanks to you. Would have gone deaf with that thing so loud. I appreciate it, Green. She held out a fist for him to bump and he did awkwardly. She laughed and they began to move out of the cafeteria. The rest of their table joined her and Izuku stood with Hagakure on his arm. She still held on tightly. He saw her expression of relief. You alright? He asked worriedly. There was a villain attack when I was younger, people didn't see me and I was trampled. This just reminded me of that and I was scared of the crush. She still held his arm tightly. Izuku patted her hand on his arm. That's rough, sorry to hear that. Stick with me and I'll shock people who get too close. He tried to comfort her. She smiled and laughed. Thanks, Midoriya. I appreciate it. They followed their classmates. Classes were let out early and he left with Kaminari, Mina, Shiro, and Hagakure. They chatted about what happened to the gate and what plans the teachers would have for them tomorrow. Izuku and Kaminari planned for a time to train tomorrow after school or on the weekend. That is how he got his second phone number in his contacts. Mina snatched his phone out of Kaminari's hands and added his third. Izuku looked at Shiro and he shrugged and held out his hand for the phone. He felt good to have these people around him. Alright, we are going to a facility off the main campus. Aizawa held up a sign with "Rescue" written on it. Quiet. Wear your suit or not, I don't care. Meet in front in 10 or we are leaving without you. He left immediately after pressing a button that released the briefcases. Everyone changed and headed outside to wait for the bus. Iida blew a whistle and tried to line everyone up. Not many listened to his instructions. They boarded the bus and they began to move. Hagakure sat next to Izuku and Sue on the other side of him. Midoriya, I am typically blunt with my questions. Why are you so distrustful of almost everyone? Wariness I understand, but you go on another level. The bus was quiet as everyone looked between the two green-haired students. Even Aizawa was listening carefully. Izuku felt Hagakure's grip tighten slightly and she was glaring at Sue. I had a very bad school life before UA, he said simply. The bus was quiet at his response and Kirishima couldn't keep his curiosity in check. Which school? Aldera. Izuku glanced at Bakugo and he was tense looking out the window. You went to Aldera. The one that the news ripped a new one on? I watched the story and they were not gentle with reporting it. What happened to it? Sato raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked Izuku. I got enough evidence to send to people. The next day, the police raided the school during lunch and arrested the staff and some students, he said coldly. That was you? Bakugo leapt to his feet in anger and glared down at Izuku. Yes, you should be in a hole and not the very place they train people to take people like you down. Izuku snarled at Bakugo with hatred that made many people flinch. Bakugo would have lunged forward at Izuku but Aizawa's voice cut through. Enough? Both of you sit down and shut up. Midoriya, we will have a word when the bus stops. His eyes were glowing red as he spoke. Nothing new then. Bakugo starts something and I take the fall, again. Izuku angrily muttered. Hagakure set her hand back on his arm worriedly and Izuku settled to look out the window. He set his other hand on Hagakure and tried to calm down. I should not have brought that up, Sue said in the quiet. No one responded and they rode in silence. The bus stopped at a dome building with USJ in bold letters on the front. Everyone disembarked and Izuku followed his teacher away from the class. Izuku waited for him to speak. You do not get to decide who belongs in UA and who doesn't. Whatever issues you have with Bakugo, get over them. Understood? Izuku grits his teeth in anger. My issue with Bakugo is that he tortured me for 10 years and not one person told him no now. UA is no better. If you have a powerful enough quirk you can get away with anything. I hoped UA was different. I'll keep my issues with Bakugo to myself. Izuku spun and left a shocked Aizawa. He waited for Izuku to leave the side of the bus they were talking and called Nezu. The phone picked up and he started talking. What did Bakugo Katsuki do to Izuku Midoriya before UA? I cannot speak of his file. It was red-taped by someone to allow him attention UA in a very specific set of conditions. What happened? Nezu spoke. Midoriya admitted to turning in all the information that closed Aldera and the two were ready to tear each other's throats out when Bakugo found out. Aizawa said, rubbing his face. Who red-taped it? I cannot say. Keep them separated as much as you can. He hung up the next moment. 13 was just finishing up her speech when Aizawa walked over. He talked to her for a moment and she held up 3 fingers before they continued into the facility. Izuku was doing his best to calm down and not leave Ua and become a vigilante. He was so very angry at UA for allowing Bakugo to continue with his wishes instead of being incarcerated for 50 years. The class was avoiding Bakugo more than they were Izuku at the moment, except for Hagakure who hasn't left his side. The rest were all giving him space to calm down, but his group was close to the 2. Mina looked over at Bakugo every once in a while. Kaminari kept an eye on Izuku. Shiro was staring forward and trying to piece together a story from what was said. Now the USJ was designed by me and built for Ua. The lights flickered and went out. The fountain at the center shut off and in front of it a purple portal appeared and from it stepped a lanky man with hands covering his body. Next to him was a monstrosity of muscles and dead eyes with an exposed brain. After them, a horde of villains walked out with a variety of quirks and weapons. Where is All Might? The schedule said he would be here. Maybe some dead students will bring him out. The villain scratched his neck and glared up the stairs. Eraserhead put on his goggles and looked back to 13. Get them out of here. Then he leapt into the crowd of villains. I don't think any of you will be going anywhere. The League of Villains will send you all to your doom. The mist villain appeared out of nowhere and purple mist poured out and students began to fall into it. Izuku grabbed Hagakure's hand and pulled her close. They fell into the portal just as they got close to each other. With a yelp, they disappeared. Izuku hugged Hagakure as they plummeted who knows how far. He got his bearing and positioned himself to absorb the impact of the rubble beneath him. Hagakure yelled as they fell and Izuku felt the impact of the ground absorb into his core. He sat up with Hagakure clinging to his jacket. Hagakure, we have to move. We don't know where we are, Izuku said gently to her. She nodded after a moment and then stood in a city filled with fire. It was sweltering as they looked around. They could see a dome over the city and figured that they were still in the USJ. Do we go or wait? Hagakure asked Izuku. Izuku thought for a moment and said, let's go, we don't know how many villains are in the USJ. As they moved they heard a shout and Uraraka was fighting a pair of leering villains alone. They ran forward and Izuku met one villain with a kinetic punch to the jaw. He went down with a crash and then he went limp. The other was distracted enough for Uraraka to tag him and throw the villain into the air. He crashed into a burning building and he fell to the ground hard. Oh thank gods, I thought I was alone in here. Uraraka teared up in relief. You see anyone else? Izuku asked and continued to scan the area. No, I landed alone and then those guys came. Uraraka moved next to Hagakure and the 3 moved forward. We need to find the exit. Uraraka, you can float things, right? Send me to the roof and I'll scout out the area. Don't worry about the landing, just drop me when you see a bright flash. Izuku looked up and nodded. If you're sure, all right. She tapped his hand and Izuku released a kinetic blast out of his feet and flew up. He hit the roof and absorbed the impact before spinning around and finding the exit and a battle near it. He released some light energy and then he felt his stomach want to leave through his throat. He dropped 20 stories and landed without a sound. That way and someone is fighting. Let's go. They ran with Izuku in the lead. He was beginning to hate the trip to the USJ. The 3 arrived at a battle between Shoji and a crowd of villains. The villains were mocking and laughing as they threw fire-based attacks at Shoji who was doing his best to defend against another large villain who was in hand-to-hand range with him. Their classmate had burn marks on his body from the continuous attack and couldn't move properly because of the villain assaulting him in front. Izuku sped up and began to absorb all the thermal energy in the area, including the flying projectiles. Fireballs slowed in midair and then dissolved into energy that streamed into Izuku's waiting hand. The area immediately got colder as frost built up at his feet. He focused on the villain in front of Shoji that had molten rock for skin and also began to absorb it. Magma cooled and the man slowed considerably as the glowing sections of liquid rock hardened. Shoji took advantage of his weakness and slammed his right arms into his face and began to pummel him. Izuku turned back to the crowd of villains who continued to try and throw fire at Izuku, but it was no use. More and more frost began to creep away from his feet. The green-haired boy then began to launch lightning bolts at the villains and they scattered. But not before Uraraka tagged a few and some fell to the ground as they got tripped or punched by nothing. The battle lasted no more than 5 minutes before all the villains were down. They didn't have anything to tie them up with, so they piled them up and to the side. You all right, Shoji? Izuku asked their burnt classmate. Better now, was beginning to look grim. Thank you all for your help. Shoji nodded to them. We should get out of this section of the USJ and see how everyone else is doing, Izuku said to everyone. They all agreed and they made their way to the exit. Izuku looked around at the thermal energy in the air and from the open flames in the building. It would be a waste to leave it all behind. He took off his jacket and put it on Hagakure's shoulders.
What are you doing? She asked him. It's gonna get a bit chilly, give me a minute. Izuku split off the group and walked into the street away from the group who were watching him. Midoriya, what are you doing? Shoji shouted over the roaring flames. Izuku ignored him and looked at the bountiful harvest before him. He exhaled and then grabbed all the thermal energy in front of him and inhaled slowly but deeply. Flames near him flickered and drew into his body. He pulled and pulled more and more. A sea of thermal energy pulled from the air and was sucked onto him. He didn't care about the building and turned them into ash and glass. Frost covered the ground where he was facing and it spread at a steady pace. Streams of fire converged into him and settled in his core. Izuku absorbed more and his core wasn't full, he didn't feel anywhere close to full. He didn't know if he could be full. When he felt it was taking too long he stopped and saw what was left behind. Ash, glass, and slag were all that remained after his harvest of energy. About a 3-city block radius was cold and void of heat. In a minute, where a hellscape stood now lay a barren landscape. He turned back to his classmates and he saw wide-eye horror, astonishment, and awe. The ice cracked around his feet and he joined them. That was incredible. Hagakure spoke first. It was a force of nature, beautiful but scary. Like a tropical storm coming from afar. Shoji looked back at the ruins and then at Izuku who stood half his height. It was something, Uraraka added quietly. Izuku blushed under the praise and moved to the doors. With their help, they walked into the plaza and it didn't look good. Aizawa was bloody and bashed under the grip of the dead-eye monstrosity. Villains lay behind them, credit to Eraserhead's abilities. The lanky villain spoke to the mist villain and Izuku could hear what they said. All have been scattered. 13 has been neutralized but there is still no sight of All Might. The mist said. I can fucking see that Kurogiri. Well, good job with the brats. Might as well have fun while we wait for him. The villain said as he scratched his neck. Then he looked over at the shore where Sue, Kaminari, and Mineta hid. You guys go grab Aizawa and move to the exit when you see an opportunity. I'll distract the main villains, Izuku quickly said. What? No. Hagakure protested but was cut off by seeing the lanky villain move in front of Sue, who was grabbing her head. Go. Izuku shouted and cracked the ground with the amount of kinetic energy he released to get close to them. You're so cool, Eraserhead. Nomu. The monstrosity slammed Aizawa's head down and he went unconscious. Izuku launched a lightning bolt straight at the lanky villain and the Nomu appeared in front of its master. Izuku propelled himself forward and got between the 3 cowering students and sprayed electricity at the 2 villains. He heard a shout from the lanky villains but nothing from the Nomu. Run, now, Izuku shouted at the 3 in the water and cut off his stream of electricity. He was low and only had enough for 1 lightning bolt. He charged forward and dumped a fair amount of kinetic into his strike. He connected with the Nomu and it didn't move. He launched another strike and the same result occurred. Absorption. Izuku backed away. That's not all. My pet is bioengineering to kill All Might. Nomu. The hand villain shouted, and it moved and raised its fist. Izuku's eyes widened at the speed and raised his hand to absorb the strike. It fell faster than he could see and it stopped at his hand. An unbelievable amount of kinetic energy poured into him, more than he had before. It didn't show any reaction but the others did. What? Nomu, kill him. The hand villain shouted at it. Izuku braced and punch after punch was absorbed by Izuku. He looked past the Nomu to see Shoji carrying Aizawa with the others on his heels. With that done he moved to plan a counter. His kinetic store was ludicrously high and moved to strike its leg. He poured half of the accumulated into the punch. The strike connected and the leg from the knee down exploded into gore. The Nomu collapsed in a shriek and Izuku backed away. The leg shouldn't have exploded, so it isn't absorbing hits but negating them to a limit. Who the hell are you? The hand villain yelled in shock. Kurogiri moved to his side and said, "Tamura Shigaraki, we should leave. We don't know when reinforcement will arrive. No one got out and not until this one is dead." Shigaraki pointed straight at Izuku. Ice ran up the regenerating Nomu and covered it from head to toe. Todoroki let out a hiss of cold air. That was the thing to kill the symbol of peace, pathetic. "It won't hold it long," Izuku said to Todoroki. "I'll just blast it until it stops then." Bakugo shouted and released a massive explosion onto the frozen Nomu. The dust cleared and the Nomu was missing its arm from the explosion but didn't stop it. What the fuck? It leapt forward too fast for Bakugo to dodge and Izuku appeared to take the blow. They fell to the ground and Bakugo backed away with his quirk. The Nomu continued its barrage of attacks against Izuku and he stood his ground. Todoroki tried to freeze it again but it shattered the thing's footsteps. Izuku saw it was regenerating from the blast from Bakugo and it took longer. Burned flesh took longer to regenerate. "Todoroki, burn it," he shouted over the thumps of its fists landing on his arms. "No, I won't use my fire." Todoroki denied it and shot more ice at it to no avail. Izuku was shocked at his pronouncements and missed the hand that grabbed him by the arm. He felt it snap under the pressure and he was launched back and landed. He absorbed the landing but cried in pain for his broken arm. Every time he moved it shot agony through it. Todoroki was still launching ice at it but it broke the waves of it with ease. Growling in anger, Izuku raised his hand and aimed it at the monstrosity. He poured 3/4 of the thermal energy he had and concentrated it into a bead. It was so bright he couldn't look at it. The temperature of the area rose drastically and Izuku aimed his hand at the Nomu. "Move!" Izuku bellowed and released a section of the bead. Everyone watched as part of the sun was used to incinerate everything in his path. Air boiled and screamed as liquid fire shot through the Nomu and carved into it. The thing screeched but Izuku didn't let up as its top left was turned to nothing including its head. The Nomu was still on fire and thrashing around when it started to regenerate again. "You can't stop my pet. Nomu, kill them all." Shigaraki dodged another blast from Bakugo. Todoroki was thawed more and moved to freeze the Nomu again but Izuku stepped up past him. Izuku grabbed all the thermal energy on the Nomu and pulled. Like the log in the forest, he consumed the potential thermal energy. The Nomu began to turn into ash as the flames spread faster and faster. The regeneration tried to fight back but Izuku burned it all away. Thermal energy settled in his core and the Nomu was nothing but ash when he finished absorbing. "You cheaters!" Shigaraki raged and charged at Izuku. Bakugo tried to blast him but Kurogiri redirected it away. Shots were fired and Shigaraki fell to the ground. Mist covered his master and they sunk into the ground. "I'll remember you." These were the last words that he said to Izuku before disappearing. Izuku looked up at the entrance and saw UA heroes rushing down the stairs with All Might gathering up all students in a flash. All that remained were Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo at the center plaza. His arm throbbed and he clenched his fist. He turned to Todoroki and punched him in the face without his quirk. "You would rather have people die than use your fire. Go fuck yourself." Izuku raged at the fallen Todoroki. "You know nothing about me." Todoroki yelled back with a bloody mouth. "I hate Bakugo, absolutely loathe him. But we are training to be heroes and save everyone to the best we can. If you can't do that, then you are no better than he was." Izuku jabbed a finger at Bakugo who stepped back at the vitriol in his usual quiet voice. "That's enough. Go to exit and get healed." All Might appear in front of them with Midnight and Snipe behind him. "How nice of you to join us." Izuku spat at the number 1 hero. Just on time. He took enjoyment in seeing the hero flinch at his words. He moved past them and up the stairs with his arm throbbing with every step. His thoughts were halted when a pair of arms wrapped around his chest. Hagakure, wearing his jacket, was sobbing into his chest. Izuku put his good arm around her and held her. She pulled back and she saw his arm. "We need to get you to an ambulance, let's go." She pulled him along and wiped her tears away. Izuku sat down, drained from the day. Paramedics began their work as they moved to splint his arm. Hagakure stayed near him and stayed quiet. She looked worriedly at him but he smiled to try and comfort her. It only worked slightly. Izuku caught a glimpse of Detective Tsukauchi leading the operation from the police's side. The rest of his class was rounded up on the bus and headed back to Ua. Izuku followed in the ambulance as the paramedics did their best to make him comfortable until they reached Recovery Girl. They arrived and he was carted off to the nurse's office. The paramedic left him and the nurse got to work on his arm. "What happened?" she asked as she looked him over. "A thing with a strength quirk grabbed my arm and threw me, it crushed my arm," he said simply. She furrowed her brow and looked up at him. She moved and kissed his arm, it glowed and was healed in a moment. It wasn't alive, the main villain said it was bioengineering and had more than one quirk. It was closer to a monster than human. Izuku explained with the stamina drain settling in. "That's worrying. Head on to your classroom and wait there with your classmates." She gave him a sucker and gestured to the door. Izuku arrived in 1A with his classmates milling about, most tuned to him at the door opening. Izuku could see everyone in the room. His usual lunch mates crowed around him and sat him down at a desk. Sue and Shoji were also close to where he sat and he could see Shoji with bandages with a familiar burn cream. "Glad to see everyone all right," Izuku said first. "Are we all right? Are you all right? You were with the busted arm." Kaminari redirected the question back at him. "I saw some of the fight at the plaza, that was some serious business," Mina said without her usual jovial tone. "I'm tired but I'll be all right." He smiled at their worry for him. He turned to Shoji and asked, "Aizawa?" "Taken to the hospital I was told. He was still alive but he looked in bad shape." He explained. "Whatcha got there, Toru?" Mina's teasing voice came back. "Looks pretty familiar." She was smiling at the invisible girl and then looked at Izuku. She saw some of the scars on his exposed shoulders but moved past them. "This old thing, I found it." No one but Izuku could see the heat rushing to her face as she tried to act casual about it. The door opened to let in Midnight and the detective. Everyone got quiet and listened. "We will be having you all give your statement about what has occurred." They began by pulling Kirishima and they waited for them to finish before calling in another student. They all waited in silence with quiet chatter as one by one they left. Hagakure had leaned on Izuku's shoulder and set her hand on his arm a while ago. Mina smirked at the corner of his eye but said nothing. Soon it was Hagakure and she left with his jacket. She still didn't return it, to his amusement and embarrassment. Izuku was one of the last with Todoroki and Bakugo going before him. Then he was alone in the classroom until the detective popped his head in and jerked his head back. "Nice to see you again, detective," Izuku greeted. "That was a half-truth and I agree, please sit." He was motioned to a conference table and sat down across from him. He started a recording and stated his name, time, and subject they will be speaking of. "Can you tell me what happened from the start of entering the USJ?" Izuku did so from the start when he grabbed Hagakure and they fell into the configuration zone. "I absorbed a part of the zone's thermal energy for later use." The detective stopped him. "The first time we met, you were quirkless. What changed?" Izuku could see his interest in the subject. "I am a late bloomer. I got my quirk when I was going to shield a toddler from getting run over a few days before we talked for the first time. I wasn't quirkless when we spoke last time, you just never asked," Izuku said truthfully. He could see the detective's shoulders slump slightly at his response. "Why not update your file?" he asked. "I did turn in my paperwork but I was ignored when they pulled up my file and saw I was quirkless. They didn't believe me and stopped trying." He shrugged. "Right, we'll come back to that. Please continue." He let out a sigh and made a note. And Izuku did so. He told him the names of the villains and what Kurogiri could do. Then he spoke about the Nomu. Shigaraki said it was bioengineering to counter All Might. He said it had multiple quirks and I believe it did. I saw regenerating, super strength, super speed, and kinetic negation. Its limbs and head grew back from nothing. How could you tell it had kinetic negation? And where is it now? Izuku knew the others saw what he did to the Nomu but the detective wanted him to say it. "I can absorb energies and release them later. I can absorb kinetic, thermal, electric, and some others. I've dropped from about 20 stories and absorbed all the kinetic energy produced from the landing. One punch of that thing was about 100 of those drops, maybe more. When I released one of those landings into the thing, it didn't flinch or move an inch. Also, Shigaraki said so as if he was boasting. Izuku finished his explanation. Izuku sighed and continued, as for where it is, it's dead, ashes. I burned half of it away and I continued to regenerate. So I absorb all the potential energy from it burning and turned it into ash. He waited for the response and hoped he wouldn't have to escape from getting arrested. He was not going to jail, he refused. The detective nodded and spoke. That's when the heroes came in and Shigaraki and Kurogiri disappeared, correct? Izuku nodded. Am I under arrest for killing that thing? Izuku asked with tense legs to spring up and bust out of there. What? No, from what I understand you couldn't hold back against a villain that would have killed most likely everyone in that place if it weren't for you. You couldn't have known the heroes were seconds away. You were not in trouble with the law. He smiled gently at Izuku and stopped the recording. Not with the law but Ua? He asked. He paused and spoke. You killed someone or thing. They might want to do a psych evaluation or at the very least speak to you. You don't have to worry about getting kicked out. That makes sense. Izuku nodded and relaxed. Do you have any questions? Before you ask, Aizawa and 13 are both to recover and return to work. He said before Izuku could. Just one. Why is Bakugo Katsuki in Ua and not a hole in the ground? Izuku's voice came out cold. You said so yourself that it was pretty clear with all the evidence against him, but yet he is in Ua in my class. Why? Izuku leaned forward and looked into his eyes with intensity. The detective paused and looked away. Very strong lawyers got his file red taped and were able to get him into Ua with specific conditions. I can't say who, but they were powerful enough to hold the charges against him. I'm sorry, there was nothing I could have done, he said sincerely to the angry boy. Izuku let out a sigh of defeat. If you have a powerful enough quirk, you can get away with anything. Izuku spat angrily. Your mother hasn't picked up. Would you like a ride home? The detective asked. Izuku nodded his head and stood up. What of my quirk registration? He asked. I'll pass it along to the staff and they will help you from there. He explained and opened the door for them to leave. Izuku grabbed his bag and left with his hero suit on. He'll turn it in when he returned to school. He checked his phone and his 4 contacts all messaged him in the group chat that they made at home and they could talk later. Izuku responded with a thumbs up and put his phone away. He walked into the empty apartment and set his bag down in his room. He stripped and took a shower. Gathering his suit, he put it in his school bag and grabbed his phone. There were messages from his friends. With a smile, he sat in the living room and chatted with the 4 of them until it was well past midnight. Izuku woke up on the couch with his phone almost dead. He smiled at the conversation when he scrolled back up. Kaminari was telling a story of when he thought it was a good idea for him to lick an outlet and ended up frying the whole house control panel even when his parents had safety measures after safety measures. He connected his phone to the charger and cooked up breakfast for himself. After that, he changed and put on his new pair of headphones for a jog. While he did put most of his money away for a rainy day, he did get himself some luxuries. He made his usual routine and exercised his core muscles and a bit of his arms. He finished at the stream in the woods and dunked his feet into the cool water. He checked his phone and saw he got messages from the group chat. They wanted to know if he wanted to hang out and do something. He hesitated but confirmed that he was free. With that, he got up and ran back to the apartments to change and meet up with his friends. He washed up and took some money from his stash and headed out. He put on one of his light jackets and some jeans. Before, his wardrobe was filled with All Might merch, but he cleared most of it and got some regular clothes. Sir Night-Eye paid well for his merch. Izuku made his way to the train station and headed to the one near Ua. There, he waited for 5 minutes until Siro patted his shoulder and sat at the bench he was at. He greeted him with his usual easygoing smile, but Izuku could see the curiosity from the bus. He didn't ask and Izuku was glad for it. Kaminari and then Mina came along with casual clothes like him. They chatted while waiting for Hagakure, who came in wearing his hero suit jacket, much to his embarrassment and Mina's teasing smile. How romantic, war-torn lovers reunited. Mina twirled and hung off of Hagakure in a very dramatic fashion. Izuku blushed heavily at the joke and Hagakure did so too, but only Izuku could see. Leave them be, Mina. So, what's the plan? Arcade, park, heist, roam the woods. Siro threw a lifeline to Izuku's benefit. What were the last two? Kaminari asked. Arcade. Mina shouted in her vote. Park sounds nice. Hagakure said. I know part of the woods well. Izuku offered. He didn't know what normal hangout spots were. Everyone looked to Kaminari for his input. I am the dumbest member of this crew. Like hell, I have a heist planned out. He put his hands up in surrender. Everyone but Izuku laughed and then joined in when he saw its good nature. Bit of everything then. Arcade with food after. Park, and then to the woods to plan the heist. Shiro nodded as he pointed to everyone after their preferred place. They all agreed and followed Mina off the train station and to the nearest arcade. Izuku and Hagakure unconsciously began to walk next to each other as everyone chatted about anything but the USJ. They arrived at the arcade and Izuku was unsure what to do from there. Mina split off to a dancing game, and Shiro and Kaminari headed to a coupe game. I've never been in an arcade. Izuku admitted to Hagakure standing beside him. I've been a handful of times. Come one, I'll show you. She pulled his arm, which she has been holding for a while, and Izuku never noticed. They all played games that they liked as they wasted the day away with fun. No one at the time thought of the day before. Their competitiveness came out when Izuku began to win fighting games. Even though he never played any video games, he was a genius at it. How are you so good? Mina shouted in frustration as she mashed buttons. I am mashing the same buttons as you are. I don't know what any of these do. Izuku yelled back but also didn't want to lose. You lose. Mina read on her screen and threw her hands up in defeat. I'm done and I'm hungry. Izuku worried that she would be angry at him for winning and he would split off from them, but Hagakure's hand on his arm drew his attention. She smiled at him and nodded at the downtrodden Mina with Shiro and Kaminari teasing her. It was all good-natured and Izuku felt his shoulders relax. He smiled down at her and patted her hand in thanks. I want something greasy, like artery clogging good. Mina broke out of her depression. Everyone else cheered their agreement and they marched out of the arcade and down the street to find a heart attack in a box. I want McDonald's, they have good shakes there. Kaminari said and everyone looked at him. Why are you saying it like that? Shiro smiled. Like what? McDonald's. What's wrong with how I say it? He looked for support but found none. It's McDonald's, you fried battery, not McDonald's. Mina laughed. Nah, I'm right. Midoriya, you're the smartest one here. How do you pronounce it? Kaminari asked for help from his draining pal. When I understand what you mean when you say it your way, but when I heard a commercial it was McDonald's. He pointed to a gloating Mina. Well, I'm still calling it McDonald's. He pouted and turned away to sulk. They arrived and ordered while they caused a small ruckus amongst themselves. Izuku was the one with the biggest order with a shake, a soda, a Big Mac, 20 nuggets, and a large fry. He blushed when his friend's eyes landed on his full tray. Ain't no way you finish. Mina pronounced while eating her order of 10 nuggets and a shake. That is a lot, but I bet he can do it. Shiro said confidently. It's been a long time since I've been here and I wanted to try some of everything. He explained but began to eat anyway. How long? Hagakure asked. She took off the jacket and wore a sleeveless shirt underneath. Izuku chewed while thinking and answered. Like 8 or 9 years. He missed the incredulous looks from the other three and Hagakure's slightly sad one. Well, we're fixing that. Now at least once a month we shall go out and, fuck around. She pronounced while waving a fry around. I'm more than down. Shiro agreed with his usual smile. They all agreed one by one and Izuku smiled with warmth at having found people who he could call friends. They continued to chat as they ate, talking about nonsense while they relaxed. After they watched Izuku finish his tray off with amazement, they made their way to a park closer to the apartment Izuku lived at so they could trounce in the woods after. This place is nice, so much open space for activities, Mina said while looking around. Kaminari groaned and sat in the shade. Let us go into a food coma. I don't know how Midoriya can still stand when he ate as much as everyone combined. Izuku blushed again. You just can't handle it, plus Hagakure took my fries. He threw her under the bus. I knew something was missing from your tray, it was the fries. Shiro nodded. I was still hungry and he offered so free food. Hagakure defended herself. No argument there, free food is free food. Mina pointed at her in agreement. They sat for a little while with the sun warming them in the springtime air. Mina, Kaminari, and Shiro chatted about some TV show Izuku never heard of while Hagakure joined in every once in a while. Izuku was content with listening and letting the food settle. They tried to rope him in their conversation but he had no clue what they were talking about. They tried to explain it but it only made him confused. What do you mean the guy was time-traveled to tell himself to commit atrocities? I mean I understand where he is coming from but why not try something else in the next timeline? Izuku asked in confusion. Because the whole world was against them. They sent titans, prisoners, to harass them for centuries. Mina argued back. That's messed up, Izuku said as he shook his head. It's a good show though. Hagakure joined in. Alright, then, Midoriya, you said you knew the woods like the back of your hand. Kaminari stood up. I never said that, Izuku corrected. I'm going to start walking. Tell me when I'm going to trip over a dead body. Kaminari moved to walk into the woods but Shiro wrapped a strip of tape around his waist and pulled him back. Lead the way, Green Bean. Mina pushed him and Izuku began to walk to the clearing he used for training. 10 minutes later, Kaminari spoke up. Hey, Midoriya, you aren't going to lead us to our deaths, will you? He asked nervously. Why would I do that? Izuku looked back from his lead. This is how all horror movies start. Hey, follow me into the woods, I'll be fun. They say before they do some dark ritual that summons, you were the one who wanted to go. Kaminari's story was cut off by Shiro yelling. Kami, are you scared? Mina's smile couldn't be bigger as she saw some trepidation in his eyes. Of course not, who wou, he shrieked when a bug landed on his arm and he danced all over to rid himself of the feeling. Everyone laughed uproariously when they saw the display. Izuku tried to contain himself but ended up looking away and laughing quietly. The other three held nothing back and laughed right in Kaminari's face. I don't want to be here anymore, he cried. They calmed down and soon Izuku led them to the clearing filled with ash in one corner and trees cracked open. They walked around as they inspect the area. Izuku tried to keep one area clean of ashes and other debris but it was the woods. What happened here? You trained here? Shiro asked as he inspected a tree that was cracked open from the water freezing inside it instantly. Yay, it's a quiet place and no one comes looking. Izuku nodded and sat down at his writing stone. A flat enough stone that served as a desk for his notebook. What's with all the ash here? Hagakure pointed at the piles of ash where trees stood. I perhaps burned a few trees for fuel for my quirk. Izuku sheepishly said. Everyone looked at him. You were burning the forest for your quirk. Mina asked the question on everyone's mind. It's controlled. Plus, how else was I supposed to practice? He defended himself. What about the other energies? Like electricity? Kaminari asked. I absorbed the static in the air and practiced when I could. As for kinetic, he looked up at a tall tree. What, did you bash yourself into a tree? Shiro joked. You did not. Hagakure shouted in anger. He did not what? Kaminari asked. You jumped off the tree top, didn't you? She pointed an accusatory finger at him. It was safe. I tested it in small increments. Izuku held his hands out in peace. That's a huge fall. Shiro shaded his eyes and looked up. I would have not let go. It's not that bad once you get used to it. He rubbed his head when Hagakure turned away from him angrily. She wandered around until she sat next to him. Please be careful, she said quietly to him. I do my best but it's hard when you're behind everyone by 10 years. Izuku felt bad for worrying her. She nodded in understanding. They are nice, right? I was worried about the same things you were but I'm glad I was wrong. She looked at Shiro who was shooting tape between two trees and making a hammock for himself. Yay, I'm happy for the first time in a long time. He nodded with a smile. Hagakure placed her hand on his arm again and she squeezed it in support. It felt nice. What are you two whispering about? Mina plopped down across from them with a small stone she was rubbing with small bits of steam rising off it. Nothing. What are you doing? Hagakure said and gestured to the stone. It's a habit and a form of control. I try my best to smooth the stone into a ball with my acid. It's relaxing. She held out the stone to show it corroded into a lumpy surface but smoothing out. That's pretty cool. Izuku leaned forward and examined the stone. Hey, Midoriya, this place is pretty cool. You've been training your quirk here for long. Kaminari also sat next to them and Shiro joined in after his hammock broke the branch it was attached to. Izuku hesitated and looked to Hagakure. She smiled and nodded at his unasked question. He looked back at the other three and he saw no ill intent in any of them. They watched him patiently as they felt the atmosphere get serious. No, I've only been training my quirk here for a year. Izuku felt Hagakure's grip tighten and Izuku continued. Because I'm a late bloomer, I only got my quirk last year. I was believed quirkless before that. He didn't look at them as he spoke. For my whole life, I was treated badly because I didn't have a quirk like everyone else. Kids bullied me and used their quirks on me and teachers looked the other way. My grades were sabotaged and no one cared for me because I was lesser. That's what I meant when I got enough evidence to close the school down. Izuku peeked up at their reactions and they looked sad and angry. He felt a shot of fear course through him as Mina got up and then embraced him. He was shocked for a moment as she sniffled and held him tight. Kaminari got up and joined in the hug with Mina. Shiro took his other hand and held it in support. Izuku's face felt wet and he realized he was crying with his friends. Hagakure joined in the hug not long after. Quiet sobs filled the clearing as a group of friends supporting one of their own. Do you want to go to the school and burn it down? We'll cover for you, Mina asked jokingly. We'll make up an alibi. Kaminari nodded and whipped tears from his face with a smile. Izuku laughed at their readiness to help him cover for a felony. Thanks you guys, but it's not worth it. I'd rather move past it. Bakugo is one of them, isn't he? That's how you know him. Shiro asked Izuku. He nodded in confirmation and they cursed the name of the blonde. Is he the one who gave you those scars? Why the hell is he in UA? Kaminari angrily yelled. There are more scars. Mina cried some more and hugged him again. The detective from yesterday was the same one who led the raid on the school. I asked him and he said Bakugo's file was red-taped. That means if he steps out of line all those charges will come down on him. Who helped him? I don't know. Izuku explained to everyone around him. Let's frame him. No, that's not very hero-like. Shiro shot down Kaminari's idea. Can we at least be very passive-aggressive towards him? Kaminari negotiated. I think that's fair. Hagakure laughed. Thank you guys, for being such good friends. Some more tears leaked out as he listened to his classmates' scheme and plan against the one who made his life miserable. Of course, Green Bean. We can even dispose of bodies if you asked us. Mina still had her arms wrapped around his neck in the embrace. We will, Shiro asked. I mean we can, but let's put that at Plan M for murder. Now that's settled, Midoriya, could you help me with some quirk training? Kaminari's hand sparked with electricity. Yay, that sounds good. Izuku smiled and patted Mina's arm to get up. Hagakure smiled up at him and they moved a bit away. You weren't surprised when Midoriya told you about being a late bloomer. You knew. Mina scooted next to Hagakure's form. A few days ago, we were talking and we let stuff off our chests and he told me about that. But nothing about Bakugo. Hagakure's last words were angry at the blonde. That explained why he had no contacts in his phone. What about parents? I didn't see a mom or dad in there, nothing. Mina watched Midoriya and Kaminari release small amounts of electricity. I don't know, hopefully he'll tell us one day. For now, he seems fine with how things are. We'll just keep an eye out. Hagakure promised herself and Mina. There they spent the rest of the day with Izuku trying to train Kaminari with his electricity and Shiro napping on a new hammock. Mina played with smoothing rocks and Hagakure watched Izuku train. That's to be expected. Hagakure sighed to herself. Pretty good if you ask me. She chuckles and held Izuku's jacket tighter to herself. Izuku walked his friends to the train station as the sun began to set. Kaminari began to make progress with lightning with Izuku's help. He drained the area of static and tried to help him feel the absence of it. From there, he tried to get Kaminari to move the static himself, but it was slow going. Izuku walked next to Shiro and Kaminari talking about how well electricity would conduct with milk. Izuku wasn't sure how they got on that topic, but he was heavily invested in it. Hagakure pulled Mina back a few steps so they could talk about things. She saw Mina as a good friend, even more now after Izuku told them, but she worried about the pink girl's answer. Hey Mina, I want to ask you something. Mina heard the serious tone in her voice and placed her full attention on the invisible girl. Go ahead, she nodded. While she couldn't see her face, Mina could read the nervous tics. Are you interested in Midoriya? As more than a friend. If Izuku looked back, he would sense a bloom of thermal energy radiating off of Hagakure's head. Mina blinked and stared at the fidgeting girl next to her. Her smile split her face from ear to ear. With a quiet squeal and giggle she hooked her arm around Hagakure's shoulders and pulled her in. He's all yours, she giggled in her ear. Hagakure kept blushing as she looked away. Thanks, Mina. One by one his friends boarded their trains and headed to their homes. Mina just got on hers when she turned around to give them a big grin. Hagakure's eyes flicked from Mina and Izuku but he didn't know why. Everything all right, Hagakure? Izuku asked as Mina's train left. Yep, just girl things is all. She waved his concerns away and to her relief, he nodded. I don't know what that means but if you're okay then all right. Izuku smiled at her and she turned away for a moment before turning back. They sat in silence for a while longer until she spoke up again. I'm glad we got to hang out. I had a lot of fun today. Izuku nodded in agreement. It was nice, I'd like to do it again sometime. Hagakure saw her train begin to roll in. She down at the jacket still on her. Oh right, your jacket. Too bad, I liked it. She took it off and held it for a moment. Here trade. Trade, my jacket for that one. Izuku felt heat rise to his face. It's only fair, a lady needs something to ward off the cold. She declared and stuck with her on-the-spot plan. Izuku took off the one he was wearing and gave it to her. Now, if you want this one back, you need to trade it for another one. She smiled up at him while it putting on. Alright, Izuku confusingly agreed. Her train stopped. Hagakure turned to him and gave him another hug. Let's hang out sometime again. Izuku hugged her back automatically and she left after a moment. The train doors closed and she was gone. What just happened? Izuku mumbled to himself while looking at his hero jacket. He heard a chuckle and looked over to an old couple laughing softly. Don't mind us, boyo. Just keep doing what you're doing. The old man said and the woman smiled at him. Izuku dumbly nodded and made his way to the apartment. He slipped the jacket on and got a whiff of perfume. He felt the heat rise in his cheeks again and he doubled his pace. The rest of the weekend came and went with him chatting in the group chat. He kept his routine up and practiced his quirk and absorbed more energy where he could. He wanted to find a source of electrical energy but it was hard to do so without having to drain the country's grid. Lightning storms were rare and even more so in his location. He resorted to pulling electric energy out of the air and having his quirk branch in search of more as it did with thermal. It went well, his electric energy steadily increased as time passed. But he reached his limit on how much his quirk could branch out. While more static seeped into the absorbed area, it was slow. Granted, the amount he absorbed was enough for one lightning strike but something was better than nothing. Classes came calling and Izuku returned to Ua. He avoided the news usually but he caught glimpses of reporters talking about USJ. He noticed some people on the train even glanced toward him. He did his best to ignore everything. The train stopped and he made his way under the gates of Ua. He opened the door to his class and was greeted by his friends calling him over. Midoriya, good, please sit. We need to agree on a name for our crew. Do you have any ideas, because we don't have any. Mina gestured to a chair across from her where Hagakure sat on the desk. Crew. Izuku smiled at the thought. I'm terrible with names. I still need to think of one up for my quirk. He whispered the last part. Why not energies or something? Kaminari asked. No, that's basic. If I could, I would have named my quirk cool sounding like corrosion will, or something. Mina argued. Is there a limit to how much you can absorb? Like, can you get full? Zero held out his stomach in the motion of eating too much. Izuku laughed at his actions. As far as I know, no. Limitless absorption, Hagakure stated. The other three nodded enthusiastically. That's the one. I like that. Kaminari pointed at Hagakure. Can I use it? You don't mind me stealing the name? Izuku asked tentatively. She gave a beaming smile only Izuku could see. Of course. The door of the classroom opened and a severely bandaged Aizawa walked through the door. Everyone was shocked to see him up and about. To your seats. Everyone scrambled to obey but still shouted questions about his ability to stand, let alone teach in his condition. I'm fine. What you all need to worry about is the sports festival. No, they didn't cancel or move it back. Ua wants to show we won't buckle under one attack. Security has been upped drastically this year in preparation for it. He stopped and scanned over the class and locked onto Izuku. Midoriya, head to the principal's office. There were matters to be discussed we didn't get to last week. With that, he headed out the door and waited for Izuku to catch up. Izuku for his part clenched his teeth and left the classroom after his teacher. They didn't speak a word as they walked to the office. The door opened automatically and Aizawa strolled into it without pausing. Midoriya, please sit. Nezu poured a cup for himself as he sat on the sofa. No, thank you. What is this about? Izuku asked and took the proffered sofa across from Nezu. Straight to the point. Very well, a few things. First, I wish to speak to you about your quirk. Detective Tsukauchi told me you got it about a year ago. Why haven't you mentioned this to the faculty? Nezu took a sip of his tea and stared at Izuku. Izuku for his part didn't look away and stared back. I imagine you know what quirkless people are treated like. My whole life I've had a very hard time trusting people. I didn't find any reason to trust Ua. You were admitted to Ua with no information about your quirk. I still don't know exactly what you can do. It's necessary information for us to have. We could have helped train you or have quirk counseling. Aizawa spoke up from his position. I've been on my own for a long time. I didn't see this any different. As for what I can do, I'll turn in any paperwork for my quirk registration. I tried before Ua but they kicked me out when they read quirkless on my file. Izuku said coldly at the memory. If you are comfortable, we can fill out the form now so we can ask any questions we may have. Is that all right? Nezu pulled out a paper and pen. Izuku stared at Nezu for a moment and then nodded. Wonderful. Please explain in full of your capabilities. Nezu smiled and prepared himself to write. I can absorb energies, store them, and release them at a later time throughout my body. I can also sense energies have come in contact with. Izuku watched the pen scribble. How marvelous. What energies have you absorbed? And what is your capacity to store them and release them? Nezu continued. Kinetic, electric, thermal, light, and sound. I haven't been able to test any other energies. He glanced at Aizawa and he was paying rapt attention. As for releasing energy, I can expel all in a moment. I don't have a storage limit, I haven't found one. Nezu's pen slowed for a moment and then picked up the steady pace again. Aizawa's reaction was more noticeable as his eyes snapped to him. How sure do you know you haven't found your limit? Aizawa asked. Because I haven't used much of the kinetic energy from the USJ I've absorbed. It's more than I ever had combined. Granted it not long but I feel like I could send All Might to the stratosphere if I dumped it into a punch. He grinned at the image of him flying through the air and disappearing in a white twinkle. Or he might just explode like the Nomu's leg. Nezu and Aizawa both stared at him. They shared a glance and then Aizawa spoke. You dislike All Might, why? He was leaning forward. Izuku scowled at the mention of the hero. He didn't find any reason to lie, he wanted to see what their reaction were. From there he could get a better read on them. So, Izuku told them about his first meeting with All Might and how he found out about his wound and time limit. At the time, I was still quirkless and I asked him, what advice do you have to someone like me to be a hero? And when he asked what quirk I had I told him. He told me to forget it and be realistic. And he left me on the roof, alone. An hour after Katsuki Bakugo told me to take a swan dive off a roof. He stared at Nezu while he finished his story. He wanted to see if he had any reaction. He didn't show anything. I see. He took his teacup and sipped at it. Why is Katsuki Bakugo allowed to walk free and even attend Ua? Izuku's question almost sounded like a demand but he knew the proper way of things. I am not at liberty to say. Nezu said. Who red-taped his file? Izuku pushed. I am not at liberty to say. Nezu repeated. Izuku glared at Nezu and wanted to yell and scream but he knew it wouldn't accomplish anything. So it's true. If you have a strong enough quirk, you can get away with anything. Nezu didn't comment. Is there anything else or can I leave? He gritted out. Yes, you are required to see Hound Dog for a psychological evaluation before you are allowed to participate in any more training. Nezu said and moved the registration form for his quirk forward. Izuku read it over to confirm what he had said and signed it with Hagakure's name for his quirk. Nezu took the form back and held out a slip for him to meet with Hound Dog. Good thing we have psych evals so any sociopaths aren't allowed to join the hero course. Izuku shot one last time before walking out of the principal's office. The door softly clicked closed and Nezu rubbed his snout. Please keep Bakugo and him far away from each other. I was already aware it was bad but this is far worse than I expected. We can't transfer him or Bakugo to 1B. Aizawa asked tiredly. Moving Midoriya just as he gained some friends he could trust would be incredibly detrimental to his mental health and possibly make it so he never trusts any of us. As for Bakugo, you are one of the conditions we set up to accept the deal. If he steps one hair out of line, you are set to arrest him and we get to rip open the red tape. Nezu explained to his trusted employee. You know they will end up fighting in the festival. Aizawa stated with a growing headache. Nezu didn't respond and Aizawa cursed. Well, fuck. Nezu hummed in agreement. Izuku stopped at the bathroom and dunked his head in cold water. He was seething with anger at the meeting a few minutes ago. He wanted to do something, he needed to vent otherwise he might explode. He made his way into the empty field where 1A did their quirk apprehension test and drew all the electricity he had stored up. Combined with what Kaminari gave him that morning, he aimed and shot a lightning bolt that would have made Zeus proud. It arced through the air and disappeared into the clouds. With a sigh, he sat on the ground drained. What a waste, Izuku mumbled. He wanted to burn something but he knew it probably wouldn't be a good idea. He is starting to think that he is becoming slightly pyro. He had burned several trees and he enjoyed the feeling of the thermal energy rush into him. Ah, Midoriya, is everything okay? Hagakure's voice sounded behind him. Hagakure, what are you doing here? Izuku turned to look at her worried expression. You didn't return and everyone saw the lightning bolt go up. I asked to go to the bathroom. What happened? She sat next to him in the grass. Nothing I didn't already know. Someone is covering for Bakugo and the principal was less than helpful. I have to see the school psychologist to make sure I'm not unhinged after killing that thing. Izuku explained to the attentive girl. That sucks. Do you want a hug? Hagakure offered and Izuku took the offer without hesitation. They stayed like that for a while and then they separated. Thanks, Hagakure. I really needed that. Izuku wiped a tear from his eye. The invisible girl fidgeted for a moment and then said. You can call me Toru if you want. Hagakure is a bit of a mouthful. Her ears were hot but she pushed on. Are you sure? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Izuku has never called anyone by their given name. She nodded with determination. Only if I can call you Izuku, it's only fair. She smiled up at him. Izuku blushed under her intense look directed at him. All right, Toru. He shakily smiled at her. For her part, she beamed and got up. Let's get back to class, Zuku. And held out a hand for him to take. He smiled up at her and took her hand. Izuku left the field with a much lighter heart than he arrived, thanks to Toru. On their way to class, Toru hooked her arm in his. It made Izuku feel warm inside. They arrived at the sliding door and walked inside as Ectoplasm glanced over to see the invisible girl and Izuku walk in. Excuse my tardiness. Izuku bowed slightly. The hero waved him off and spoke. Nezu told me already, please sit. And he continued to teach math. The rest of the day passed and his crew of friends grouped up at their table in the corner for lunch. Izuku sat down with a sigh of relief. You sound like my dad when you sat down. Kaminari laughed. What did you talk about in the principal's office? Are you in trouble? Mina asked with furrowed brows. Aizawa and Nezu wanted to know what my quirk was and why I never brought it up to them that I was a late bloomer. Izuku explained while spooning up his food. As for if I'm in trouble, not really. He scowled at the memory of the meeting. What do you mean? Shiro asked with his full attention on his friend. They ordered me to get a psychological evaluation to make sure I'm fit to train with you guys. Izuku growled in frustration. Mina reeled back in outrage. That's total bullshit. If anyone deserves a psych eval, it should be that shit stain over there. She gestured to Bakugo far away in the cafeteria. Izuku threw his hands up in the air. That's what I said. I mean, I get it, but I doubt Bakugo passed anything of the sort. Yet, he is still here. Kaminari finished for him. Yet, he's still here. Izuku scrunched up his nose in distaste. Toru squeezed his arm in support. He looked over at her and she smiled gently. Let's forget about that. Are you guys excited about the sports festival? She changed the topic for his benefit. Oh, hells yes I am. I've seen past years and they look fun. Mina was the first to respond, followed by the others agreeing wholeheartedly. I'm gonna need to train my quirk even more. Izuku was already beginning to make plans. Mind if join you? You're great for teaching, Kaminari asked hopefully. We can all train together. With Midori, he will lead us to victory. Mina pointed at Izuku. I do have some ideas for your quirks for you all. If you want, that is. Izuku said tentatively. He worried his notebooks will creep them out. You are the brains of this gang, anything you propose will doubtlessly be helpful. Shiro smiled at him. By the way, we're a gang now. Like Yakuza style, he added smiling. The others agreed with Shiro's words and Izuku was grateful for having such good friends. They finished their lunch and planned times to train together. They agreed that Izuku's place in the woods would work great. Great. Now, do any of you have any ideas for me to get more electric energy without draining the country's grid? Because I've got nothing, Izuku asked them. We make a nuclear. I'll stop you right there. Both because we know nothing of nuclear science and it's nuclear. Shiro cut off Mina's idea at the roots. How did you get enough for that lightning bolt for the zero-pointer? Kaminari asked pointing at Izuku. Izuku looked away and mumbled something too quiet for them to hear. Toru's eyes narrowed at his reaction to the question. What was that, Izuku? Toru leaned into him trying to make him look at her. Izuku, huh? Mina smirked at the invisible girl and the boys next to her followed suit. She waved her chopsticks at their teasing smiles. Toru poked at Izuku until he turned back and confessed. I stood under a lightning storm. His gang was all quiet and then Mina and Kaminari got out of their seats and slammed their hands on the table, causing their utensils to go flying, and then shouted in unison. You stood under a lightning storm. Shiro was laughing uproariously and Toru looked at her crush in anger and horror for putting himself in such a dangerous situation. Some of the surrounding students looked over at their table in interest and some in annoyance. Nearby, Jiro and Shoji heard the statement and subtly began to eavesdrop on their almost friend. Keep it down. Izuku's face reddened at all the attention. 3 days before the exam, there was a really big storm and I couldn't let the opportunity slip by. So, I was struck by lightning, a lot. He finished sheepishly towards the end. Jiro choked on her food when he finished and Shoji's eyes widened in incredulity. Tokiyami at their table looked on in confusion as dark shadows slammed their hands on Jiro's back to loosen the food in her throat. Holy shit, our leader is batshit insane. Shiro kept on laughing. Hold on a motherfucking minute. You were the reason for the freak phenomenon that caused 100 lightning strikes to land in the same place. Mina whipped her phone out and scrolled frantically until she reached a news headline with a photo of dozens of lightning strikes hitting somewhere in the distance. Izuku reddening in embarrassment even more. I didn't know I made the news for that. He covered his face with his arms to hide from the still laughing Shiro and Kaminari who looked at him in awe. You angered the storm gods and you took their power. Shiro's face was red and tears lined his face in laughter. Izuku, please don't do that again. Or if you do, please tell someone in advance. Toru asked gently as she tried to pull his arms away from hiding his face. While she was horrified that he would do such a thing, she understood that he was behind everyone by 10 years with his quirk. After everyone calmed down and the lunch period ended, the gang continued with their classes until the end of the day came. Izuku split off from the other 4 and headed deeper into Ua. He arrived at the door with the name Hound Dog written on it and knocked, might as well it over with. Come in. A growl from the other side came when Izuku knocked on the door. The room held a reclining sofa with a swivel chair across from it, and a coffee table in between. A window cast light on multiple fidget toys laying on the coffee table with a plant beneath the window. There was an office desk against the far wall with Hound Dog seated behind it. It was exactly as he thought a therapy room would look like. Nezu sent me for a psychological evaluation. Izuku met eyes with the intimidating-looking hero. Izuku read about all of the UA faculties, hero profiles and had an in-depth analysis of their quirks and personalities. While the hero appeared angry and aggressive, Hound Dog was usually a very soft-spoken person in interviews. Yes, Nezu told me. Please sit, would you like something to drink? Tea, water, soda. The hero growled between sentences as he offered refreshments. No, thank you. Izuku sat on the sofa and tried to make himself comfortable. Hound Dog sat across from Izuku at the chair with a clipboard. You did not hesitate when knocking on my door, may I ask why? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the question. Why would I? Hound Dog watched him for a moment and answered. Most are wary of both the idea of therapy and of my appearance. I like quirks and yours is just like any other. And this isn't therapy, it's a psych eval to prove I'm not unstable. Izuku scanned the canine face of the hero trying to figure out what kind of dog he is. Do you wish it to be therapy? He snarled and wrote something on his clipboard. So it begins. No. Izuku knew what was wrong with him and knew how to work on his problems. Very well, I know this must be difficult to come to terms with. Hound Dog switched topics to the matter at hand. It's never easy to take the life of another. But in the hero business, there will come a time when you must decide whether or not it's necessary to take another life. I was 3 years into my career when I had to do so. A villain with a telekinetic quirk was drugged up to high heavens and was on a rampage. He did not stop after getting several severe injuries and he was beginning to pick up civilians from the near area. I was alone and had no backup before it would have been too late for the family. After getting battered, I got close and broke his neck. He finished his story and Izuku stared confused at the hero. There's a misunderstanding. I don't. Izuku searched for words but stuck to blunt. Feel regret for killing that thing. I haven't lost any sleep over it and haven't thought about it unless it's brought up. Hound Dog looked taken aback and then composed himself. Why do you feel that way? He was writing furiously. It was necessary, from what Shigaraki said. It was bioengineering with multiple quirks to counter All Might. If I ever had to fight All Might with what I have, it would have to be lethal or very close to it. The speed of its regeneration was high tier. I overloaded its kinetic negation and its leg exploded. The limb regrew in seconds. With the speed and strength compatible with All Might, there was no other option. I didn't want to die anytime soon and once I was dead, it would have gone after my friends. He explained logically. Hound Dog didn't respond right away as he continued to write. Do you think you could have stopped the Nomu without killing it? Izuku thought for a minute and shook his head. Not with what I had on me. Todoroki tried to immobilize it by freezing it but it broke free after a few seconds. Zero's tape is versatile but not strong enough. Mineta's quirk would only have concrete stuck to its body after it ripped it free. Yaoruzo couldn't have made enough chains to tie it up. With not knowing when heroes would arrive if they ever did, I choose to end it. Izuku rambled on but Hound Dog listened with rapt attention while still writing. You have a very analytical mind, Midoriya. Hound Dog watched him as if he was trying to read his thoughts. Any other questions? Izuku appreciated the compliment but wanted this to be over with. Yes, please do your best to answer truthfully. Hound Dog continued asking him questions. He set scenarios for Izuku and asked him what he would have done and what he would have felt. Izuku was not fond of many of the scenarios where Hagakure was put in danger. For another hour and a half, he answered everything the hero put in front of him. That was my last question for you, he said to Izuku's relief. As far as I can tell, you passed the evaluation. You will be able to participate in class training but I am putting you on training probation. What does training probation mean? Izuku was annoyed that he wasn't finished with UA's bullshit. You won't be allowed to train alone in the facilities and will be watched closely in class training. Give this to Aizawa. Hound Dog wrote something on a slip of paper and gave it to Izuku. Izuku clenched his jaw and looked at the paper. It was what the hero just said in writing with his signature. Understood. With that, he stood up and made to leave. Come back if you wish to talk anytime. The hero said just as Izuku opened the door. He paused to listen and then left without saying anything. The green-haired boy made his way to the gates and then to the apartment. He thought about what he should plan for the sports festival. He wanted to do good like in everything else. He also wanted to help his friends train their quirks. He had a few applications for each of their quirks. He also wanted to try some things for his quirk but would need someone like Jiro for help. She was the best bet for sound energy and she seemed nice enough for a training period with them. He would ask her the next time he saw her. The apartment was empty, as always. Izuku stripped and changed to head into the woods. Before he did, he went online and placed an order for another shirt and shorts from the company that made Toru's. He wanted one for himself. The best part, now that the company has sold to him, they don't need Izuku to send in more hair. Izuku would be interested in getting a tour of their facilities, sadly they don't offer anything of the like. With that done, he jogged in the forest. It was getting starting too late but Izuku wasn't worried. He got close and heard noise from his clearing. He furrowed his brow and slowed. In the shade of the treetops, Izuku absorbed the light around his body and he was enveloped in a void. His practice was worth it as from the outside he looked like a silhouette of the purest black. He absorbed less around his eyes to see and crept forward while absorbing the sound of his feet. He stood in the shadows of the trees and looked upon who was in his clearing. A shrill scream was heard when someone saw the void of light. "What the fuck is that?" Kaminari yelled like a girl. The rest of the gang turned to his pointing finger and saw a void. "Hello," Mina greeted shakily. She backed away slowly. Izuku dropped his quirk and stepped in. "What are you guys doing here?" "Midoriya, not funny." Zero let out a breath. "Wait, maybe a shape-shifting quirk. Prove that you're the real Midoriya." Mina didn't let her guard down and watched him warily. Everyone but Toru got suspicious of the newcomer and watched Izuku. He shrugged and turned to a tree. He set it on fire with a torrent of flames and then he absorbed it all as the tree crumbled into ash. He turned back to the gang and raised an eyebrow. "Kaminari calls McDonald's, McDonald's." He pointed at the blonde. "All right, it's him." "What the hell, Midori? You scared the crap out of me." Mina sat on the forest floor. "I wasn't expecting anyone here and crept up when I heard the noise, sorry." Izuku apologizes to them. "What was that, you absorbing light?" Zero asked as he patted Izuku on the shoulder in greeting. He felt bad when Izuku flinched at the placement of the hand. "Sorry, won't happen again." "It's all right, not your fault." "Yay, I managed to make a pseudo-suit of darkness." He changed the topic to the first question. "It was really neat. What's it feel like?" Toru skipped over to him, closely. Mina gave out a quiet snort. "You can try it if you like." Izuku felt heat rise to his ears at the proximity of Toru. "How?" Kaminari approached also. "I continued to absorb light until it encompasses you all. I've done it with sound and made it into a deprivation chamber but outside." He moved to the center of the clearing and sat. "I've always wanted to try one of those." Mina rushed over and sat next to Izuku and the rest followed. Toru sat at his side and put her hand on his arm. "I'll do it for a minute, it's very disorienting." Izuku began to absorb the light and sound and then the globe of his influence expanded. Toru's grip tightened slightly as she was enveloped. Around a minute later, he stopped and everyone was looking in different directions. Mina was laying down, Kaminari stared straight ahead, Zero has his eyes closed, and Toru was looking in Izuku's direction. That was something. Not good, not bad. Just very unique. Zero opened his eyes. "I like to do it when I have to think about something serious. No distractions whatsoever." Izuku agreed with his statement. They continued to use Izuku's makeshift deprivation room. They tried to play tag in the void but Izuku put a stop to it when Mina tripped. While the clearing was clean of debris, he didn't want to be responsible for Mina breaking something. They chatted for a while until Zero brought up his reason to stay late at UA. "Can I ask how your eval went?" Zero asked. "Sure, as you can imagine. I'm not a sociopath but Hound Dog put me on training probation. Can't be alone in training facilities and they will keep an eye on me at all times." Izuku scowled at the memory. "That makes no sense. You did what you had to do. I know if I had to, I would have used my strongest acid against that thing. I saw it heal from your Kamehameha, not a chance I would hold back." Mina defended his actions again. Izuku felt good when his actions were supported by his friends. There's nothing I can do anyway. Let's train for a bit. I brought my notebook for you guys to get new ideas for your quirks if you like. He was anxious about their reaction to his detailed pages of each of them. Toru was the first to read her page. She didn't get a chance to read as her eyes froze on the drawing of a face. She examined every small detail of the face. While her family did have specialized photographs of Toru to account for her invisibility, it wasn't as detailed as the drawing before her. Mina leaned over her shoulder and saw what was on the page. With a squeal, she grabbed the notebook and got a closer look at the drawing of her friend. "Midoriya, you're a very good artist." She smiled up at him as his face burned hotter than ever. "You draw, let me see." Kaminari and Shiro crowded around Mina to see a profile drawing. "Who's that?" Mina pointed to a frozen Toru. "That's how you look like. It's very nice." Shiro nodded at Kaminari's statement. Toru for her part got up and went over to a nervous and embarrassed Izuku. She hugged him the tightest she could. "Can you please make another for me to take home?" she whispered. Izuku sat there with his arms pinned by Toru. "You're not upset?" he asked tentatively. She laughed in response. "No, I love it. I haven't seen my face like that, ever." She held tighter as Izuku patted her back with what he could with pinned arms. "Then, I'll do my best to get you a portrait," Izuku promised with resolve in his voice. "Make acid mist, I can imagine it, but how?" Mina spoke to herself as she read her profile and thoughts about her quirk. "I think I can manage the acid armor idea, but the mist." Kaminari grabbed the notebook from Mina and flipped through it until he found his face drawn out like Toru's. "You really are good at drawing." He moved on and found the part for his quirk. "Enhance muscles with electricity. Be careful with that idea, too much and you could hurt yourself by tearing ligaments." Izuku cut Kaminari off before he hurt himself. Toru sat next to Izuku while waiting for the notebook. "I didn't have too many ideas for you, Shiro. Sorry. I'll take what I can get." He shrugged and took the notebook to read. He snapped a picture with his phone of his profile. "You make me look good." He continued and read. "Momentum. What does that mean?" He looked up at Izuku. "You could adopt a movement technique, you could call it, where you are always moving to subdue your opponents. Once you stop, you're an easy target like anyone else, so you use your tape to keep moving around and keep wrapping your target with tape. If you fight someone stronger than you, they will be able to pull you off balance and take advantage of that. But if you keep moving around them and blinding them, tripping them, and disorienting them, then you will be safer when taking someone larger than yourself." Izuku spouted out rapid fire at Shiro. For his part, Shiro leaned forward and listened to every word Izuku said. It made Izuku feel nice when his friends didn't mock him or tell him to shut up. "Momentum. I like it. Always on the move and causing interference until the baddie is down. I really like it." "Thanks, Midoriya." Shiro smiled at him and got up to try out the idea like Kaminari and Mina were. "My turn, huh?" Toru took the notebook and stared at the drawing once again before moving on to what was written about her. She was impressed by the amount of detail Izuku had written about her. "You could be a private investor with how good you are at this." She smiled at his abashed face. "Thanks, I appreciate the comments." Izuku turned away from the smile with a small smile of his own. "Let's see what you got for ideas." She unconsciously leaned closer to the boy and he stiffened up at the action. "You believe I'm bending the light around my body. What makes you think that?" "One big reason is when you eat the food disappears. If you were transparent, the food would be seen chewed up, and so on. So, I think you might be able to bend the light going into your body and maybe shoot it out or use it to blind someone." Izuku explained while forgetting Toru was still leaning against him. She was quiet as she thought. "How can we test that?" Izuku lit his hand up with light energy. "Trial and error." She smiled and nodded. They all practiced their quirks in new ways as the sun began to get lower and lower. They called it a day when they saw orange color the sky. They were all excited about their new path forward with their quirks. Mina managed to mold some acid around her hand to stick to the surface. Kaminari kept practicing with lighting strikes and trying to move his muscles with the electricity in his body. Shiro was swinging around the trees and aiming at one target at a time. Toru could faintly reflect the light Izuku put out against her. She was immensely pleased with the result. The gang split off at the train station one by one as their rides arrived. Toru was the last like last time and she spent the time chatting comfortably with Izuku. The train arrived and Toru got up to leave. She turned and gave Izuku a farewell hug. He was beginning to get used to her embraces and hugged her in return. That's how the week passed, with the gang getting together after school for training every once in a while. On other days they trained separately. One day during the week, Izuku approached Jiro. "Hey, Jiro, can I ask you something about your quirk?" "Sure, Green, what's up?" Jiro leaned on her desk as everyone packed up to head home. "You can project sound with your quirk. How do you do that? I mean, how don't you make it not lethal?" Jiro's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "How lethal we talking? Like shattered glass?" Izuku winced slightly. "More like cracked stone." "Yay, that's pretty lethal. How do you do it? What frequency?" She moved her hand up and down while holding it level. "I just aim and release. I'm not sure how to do the frequency, that's why I'm asking you." Izuku hoped she agreed and he could have a way to use another energy effectively. "I don't mind helping you. I need a break from my training anyway. Where do you go to train?" They began to move to the exit. Izuku's gang was outside chatting and waiting. "Deep in the woods," Mina said in a low tone while waving her hands in their faces. "Knock it off, but seriously, where are we going?" She batted Mina's playfulness away. "Nah, she was right. We train in the woods, it's Midoriya territory." Shiro gestured to the green head. "It's a clearing I found a while ago and I've been using it to train in private. I invited them to join." Izuku explained. Jiro nodded and they all boarded the same train to Izuku's stop and then they made their way into the woods. 5 minutes into the trek, Jiro spoke. "You all aren't going to sacrifice me to some blood god, are you?" "No, we're too close to you. We'd be suspected immediately," Mina said morosely. She yelped and held her arm. Izuku zapped her with some static. "Stop that, we don't sacrifice anyone for anything. I'm glad I can hear your heartbeat and can make sure you're telling the truth." Jiro laughed. "How about now?" Izuku absorbed sound around his chest. "That's so weird, it's really trippy." Jiro moved her earlobes around Izuku's chest as she tried to feel around for sound. She moved in and out of the sphere of absent sound and there was nothing. "Very disorienting for me." "That's a good tactic, again enhanced hearing." They arrived at the clearing and Izuku's friends spread out to begin their training. Jiro looked around and set her bag to the side with the others. They stretched and Izuku and Jiro moved to an empty area. "All right, show me what you can do," Jiro said to Izuku. He looked at a boulder and began to release sound at low output and then steadily cranked it up until the stone vibrated and then cracked. He looked over at Jiro and she had her hands over her ears and stared at the rock. "Give me a sec." She ran over to her bag and pulled out some heavy-duty noise-canceling headphones and put them around her neck. "Easier than covering my ears all the time." "All right, so, that would most likely kill someone. You were releasing raw sound and enough of anything can do that." She waved towards the split stone. "So how do you use your quirk and not kill people?" Izuku asked. Jiro thought for a moment and then spoke. "I learned to set my output in a certain range for combat and not do that." She pointed at the stone. "Can you tell me how your quirk works? I know you can isolate sound, like at the cafeteria. But you also took on that monster at the USJ." She held no contempt or malice when she talked about Izuku killing the Nomu. He felt somewhat sure Jiro was alright. "I can absorb energies and release them. Kinetic, thermal, electric, sound, and light. I can also sense the energies I've interacted with." He gave her a small show with his hand. Energy flashed through it in various forms. "That's so op. What's your limit?" Jiro looked incredibly impressed. "I don't know, both for energies and how much I can contain." They were beginning to get close to the truth of his past. Jiro paused and watched his tensing shoulders. "Should I stop asking questions?" Izuku hesitated and looked around at his friends. They were all trying their best to listen in without trying to look like they were. Toru turned to him and then to Jiro. She shrugged in a, "It's up to you," motion. He let out a sigh. "I'm a late bloomer. Last year I got my quirk. That's why I don't know much." Izuku watched Jiro for her reaction and saw some sadness leak through her expression. He didn't know where it was aimed, but he felt tense. Judging by the outburst in the bus and the news reports, it was bad. She asked. Izuku nodded and looked away, subconsciously rubbing his shoulder. Very. That's all he said. There was an upperclassman who was quirkless in my middle school. She disappeared and people acted like she never existed. When I asked my parents about it, they told me how they are treated usually. I'm sorry you went through that. Jiro spoke quietly but was earnest with her apology. Izuku looked away again and wiped his cheek. Another good person. He was happy that there were more than just his friends who didn't look at quirkless with disgust or something like it. Thank you. Can we get back to training please? He smiled at her in appreciation. Of course. I'm happy to help, Green. Jiro smiled in return and the rest of Izuku's friends smiled to themselves and got back to training. Izuku put his notebook away in his bag and turned to Toru, who was waiting for him to head out of school. The festival was near and they wanted to get one more training session in before it started. The rest of his friends were just about to congregate when Uraraka opened the door to 1A and a mass of other students were blocking the way. What's the meaning of this? Blocking the hallway is an incredibly dangerous fire hazard. Iida lectured the mass of students. Bakugo sneered at all of them and pushed his way through without saying a word. A purple-haired student began speaking about wanting to see the class that beat a horde of villains. You don't seem so impressed. Who was the one who took out the monster? He looked around and caught Izuku's eyes. I'm here to declare war and take one of your spots in your class, maybe your seat. He said to Izuku. Izuku was happy to be an observer to the whole performance go on until he was dragged into the center stage. He tilted his head and began to analyze every detail of the boy who wanted to declare war on him. Once he had enough information, he spoke. You took the entrance exam for heroics but failed. Your quirk isn't combat, or more likely, doesn't work on non-living things. The boy's eyes widened ever so slightly. Probably a mental quirk. Of what degree? I don't know. You relied on your quirk to pass without even working on your body, yet you want to try to take my seat. Izuku always hated when people looked at him like he was nothing. Before, he couldn't do anything lest more injuries piled up on him. Now, he could defend himself properly. Izuku waited for him to respond, but the purple-haired boy had nothing to say in the quiet. Instead, he turned away from 1A and left. Midoriya is the scariest one here. All agreed. 5 eyes were heard and Izuku turned to Mina, who had spoken first. Jiro, Shiro, Kaminari, Mina, and Toru all had their hands up. Izuku felt his ears turn hot from the situation he found himself in. He looked at the window as an escape option but shook the thought out of his head. The rest of the class was quiet as they watched the group. The students outside began to disperse when they saw the show was over. Izuku heard another voice saying something about 1B, but he ignored it. Can you guys please stop? His embarrassment was slowly dying down as the gang moved into the hallway to leave. You need more praise, take it. Mina teased the greenest member of their group. From what I understand, you're definitely behind with all the praise and other things friends bring along. Jiro smirked at him. She had become part of their gang soon after Izuku told her about his quirk. The rest of the gang welcomed her with open arms. All right, leave the boy be. But back to what you did back there. You could read people like that on the spot? Shiro asked. Yay, that was some detective show stuff right there. Kaminari added. He gave most of the information already, I just said it out loud. He wanted a seat in 1A, he probably failed the entrance exam. The reason to fail would be a lack of physical strength or a lack of a physical quirk. Mental quirks are unique, but against a non-living being, he had to resort on his body. He spouted out. His friends listened raptly to his impromptu lecture. He's the leader of the gang, right? Jiro asked the rest of the group, and they all nodded. I'm not the leader, Izuku protested. They were out of the gates of Ua. All vote for the green bean of annihilation. Mina said, 5 eyes. They spend the day training in the woods. They lightly sparred with each other as the day went along. They stopped early and sat to chat until they had to go home. Izuku told them what to expect from the festival games. First round weeded out the competition to a manageable number, second round they made it into a team game. And last was always a tournament. They all came along with their quirks and new ways of using them. The time came and they all made their way to the train station and made their farewells. Toru gave Izuku her obligatory hug and boarded the train. Class 1A waited for the festival to begin with everyone anxious for the start. Izuku sat with his friends as they chatted about the day to come. I'm just saying that we should get a prize or something for winning in the top 3. I mean, a medal is great, but I'm thinking of a cash prize. Shiro argued. That seems kinda trashy. I think so, Toru said. No, I agree with Shiro. A bit of cash wou. He was cut off by Todoroki stopping next to their group. Objectively speaking, I am. Sound was absorbed and he was cut off. The two-tone boy glared at Izuku and he glared back. Izuku released his quirk and spoke. Are you going to use your fire? I don't. He was cut off again by no sound leaving his lips. Izuku didn't want anything to do with someone who didn't use everything in their toolbox to be a hero. He understand why Aizawa never expelled someone who wasn't giving their all in the quirk apprehension test. The number 2 hero, power trumps all, he had grown to learn personally. Todoroki turned away with an angry face and Izuku let sound work again. All of his classmates in the waiting room watched the interaction. That was rude. Toru pinched Izuku's arm slightly. He was going to monologue like some supervillain. It's kinda egotistical, don't you think? Shiro added as Izuku rubbed his arm. Still rude, I say. Toru pouted for only Izuku to see. She smiled when she saw his cheeks pink when he looked at her. Izuku shook his head from the thoughts that plagued his mind for a moment. I don't want anything to do with someone who held his pride over helping someone else. That's fair. Jiro nodded her head. Iida came around the corner to the entrance and called out. Line up based on your set number. It is time. He chopped his arm up and down in a rapid-fire motion. They made their way to the gate and Iida and Yaoyorozu led 1A into the open area. Izuku was almost going deaf with the noise that blasted him from the countless attendees. Jiro was next to him and was wincing at the noise. She began to poke him and Izuku got the message. He absorbed some of the sound energy and the area near him dulled. The amount of energy he was receiving was impressive, a wonderful opportunity. Jiro smiled at him and they made their way to the seats. Present Mike was announcing every class that walked out of the gates with a bit too much enthusiasm. He heard his homeroom teacher was in the box with Present Mike and he sounded annoyed, but that didn't surprise the boy. Midnight walked on stage and began to speak into the microphone. Welcome one and all to this year's UA Sports Festival. The crowd cheered again and Izuku absorbed more energy into his core. To start us off with the athlete's oath, the first-year representative. Izuku Midoriya. She pointed her riding crop right at him. Izuku had expected he would need to do the oath since he analyzed every sports festival he could get his hands on. Toru gave him a thumbs up while smiling and his friends nearby said encouraging words. He walked on stage and took the microphone, the crowd quieted. I will do my best to change society where your quirk doesn't determine your worth. He stared into Bakugo's eyes in the seated students. He could see his tightened jawline and then he turned to the rest of the watching crowd. I will do my best to make sure those who hurt the innocent will get their punishment, no matter who they are. This is my oath. There was some scattered applause in the crowd and many eyes on him. What they saw was a determined face on a boy who grew up much too fast. Many narrowed their eyes at Izuku's words, some with better intentions than others. Midnight gave out a nervous laugh and motioned him off the stage. What spirit! Now, let's get the festival started. For the first event, an obstacle race. Midnight riled up the crowd again as she explained the rules. Everyone scrambled to the starting line and prepare for the race to begin. Toru found Izuku and gave him a worried look. Izuku smiled warmly at her and it put her at ease. Do your best, she said with a blinding at him before running to join the mob. Izuku stayed at the back where there was open air above him. He took off his shoes and placed them near the wall of the arena. He then positioned himself in line for the exit of the narrow passage. He will wonder how this will end. Start. Present Mike shouted. Izuku crouched down and jumped while releasing a massive amount of kinetic energy from his feet. The ground below him exploded and he was launched into the air. He cleared the top of the arena and kept climbing into the air. The crowd watched in shock as Izuku began to fall. He released kinetic blasts to propel himself forward and he fell at an angle, skipping the narrow exit. He could see the whole course below him and he found where he wanted to land. There were robots from the entrance exam and a few zero-pointers behind the smaller ones. Izuku angled himself down and sped up his descent. Once he was sure he would land on top of the big robot, he moved to land on his feet. Absorbing the kinetic energy from the landing, he placed his palms on the surface and ripped out the electricity in the robot. The zero-pointer shut down and Izuku felt a good amount of energy settled in his core. He looked back and saw Todoroki just getting past the smaller robots. Izuku made his way to the edge of the head and leaned off until he was falling off with his feet still touching the robot's head. With a loud boom, he released more kinetic energy to launch himself forward and causing the 10-story robot to fall forward. Todoroki watched as the zero-pointer's head caved in from the back and tilted toward him. He didn't even know he was in second place. Izuku looked back from his flight and watched as a glacier shot out of the ground and pierced the remaining head of the robot, causing it to stop in its tracks of falling. Izuku turned back and absorbed the landing before continuing to run with small kinetic blasts from his feet to propel him forward. Reaching the large cliff, he didn't pause and launched himself over the gap. He could hear Present Mic announcing what Izuku was doing but he tuned him out. He just kept running in long strides with the help of kinetic energy. He arrived at the last obstacle. There was a sign to the side. The minefield. Don't worry, it's more bang and boom. The loudest hero ever said over the speakers. Izuku paused and tilted his head in thought. Possibly opportunity. Let's test just one. Izuku stepped on a mine with kinetic and thermal being absorbed. There was a bang and a pink cloud bloomed around a still Izuku. He grinned at his success. Izuku calmly walked through the minefield with an explosion going off almost every other step. He walked past the finish line and looked back to see both Bakugo and Todoroki fighting to reach second place. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the frost covering Todoroki's side, something to note. Izuku turned back and sat down while absorbing the sound. He was growing stronger as he waited for the rest of the competition to pass the finish line. His gang joined him one at a time and sat next to him. Toru finished and joined their friends. She stopped and stood over Izuku with her hands on her hips. She stared at Izuku with narrowed eyes. Did I hear right that you caused that big-ass robot to fall? Izuku began to feel nervous for some reason he couldn't explain. Yes, why? Mina giggled at his side. And pray tell, how did you do it? She raised an eyebrow that he could only see. I jumped over everyone and landed on its head. Then pushed off it after draining it. He explained, still confused as to what was going on. How high did you jump? Izuku felt that if he answered she would be upset. I feel like I've made a mistake, he said slowly. Mina burst out laughing and Jiro covered her mouth and then turned away with shaking shoulders. Shiro and Kaminari looked at him with pity. Oh buddy, don't think too much about it. Kaminari patted his shoulder. That's everyone, Midnight announced. Toru gave Izuku the, I'm watching you, motion with her hand and they got up to join the rest who made the cut for the next event. Midnight then spun a wheel to determine the next event, a cavalry battle. Last place will start with 5 points, and second to last will be 10. You get the idea, but first place will be worth 1 million points. Everyone turned to Izuku with hungry eyes. All except his friend who smiled in encouragement towards him. That made him feel very good inside. As soon as Midnight called the start of their 15 minutes of getting a group and planning, everyone scattered. His friend stayed and looked at him for the plan. You want to stay, even if I will be targeted immediately? Izuku asked everyone. It'll be fine, probably, if not I'm sure with you on my team we can get enough points to get to the next event. Kaminari put his arm around Izuku's shoulder, the rest nodded in agreement. Thanks, guys, but there can only be 4 per team and we are 6. He explained. Dibs on staying. Toru latched onto his arm as soon as he finished. The rest of the group smirked at the invisible girl. So that's one, who do you want to stay? Jiro asked Izuku. I can't choose between you guys, it feels wrong. Izuku could choose an optimal team but he didn't want to make anyone feel outside the group like he felt so many times before. Mina saw through him and chose for him. That's all right, I'll do it. Kaminari and Shiro, you stay. Me and Kyo can find another team. We'll see you in the tournament. She hooked her arm with Jiro and she dragged her away. Well, that's settled. What's the plan? Shiro clapped his hands and made everyone focus on their objective. Toru, you'll be the rider. You have your suit on like me. Izuku asked. They both requested for their suits to be worn since Toru didn't want to be naked on live TV even though no one would see. And Izuku wanted to just in case he burned his clothes off. Yay, I do, but why do you want me to be the rider? Toru looked at Izuku with their arms still hooked together. Izuku only smiled in response as plans began to run through his head. Izuku felt Toru steady herself on his shoulders as Kaminari and Shiro were to his left and right. The only thing visible was the headbands around Toru's head. Once she got settled, she patted Izuku's head. Then she froze with her hand on his hair. My God, your hair is so soft. Toru ran her fingers through his hair as she spoke softly. Really? Kaminari heard and reached out with his other hand to feel. You're right, it's very nice hair. What products do you use? Shiro joined in and gave a sound of agreement. It's so fluffy. Izuku's face was burning as his friends felt his hair. Can we focus, please? He had to admit it felt nice to have someone run their fingers through his hair as Toru did. Mina and Jiro joined a team with another girl, Hatsume, from the support department and Tokiyami. The two girls from Izuku's gang watched as their leader blushed furiously. Kyo, what are they saying? Mina asked. Apparently, his hair is super soft. It does look nice. Jiro was curious as well. I'm so gonna try it when we're done. Mina smiled in anticipation. You both are close to Midoriya. He is a mystery in the way he acts. Aggressively distrustful with everyone yet like brothers and sisters with his inner circle. Tokiyami asked the two girls. Mina's smile fell a bit. There's a good reason he is distrustful, not my story to tell. But he is a good guy and a better friend. You should try and talk to him, he likes quirks. She smiled more as Izuku was teased by the others but smiled as he batted their hands away. Dark Shadow watched with Tokiyami. I will think upon it. Dark Shadow poked him. He seems nice. The quirk said and Tokiyami agreed. Time's up. Everyone prepared yourself. Midnight shouted and those who weren't mounted did so. Ready, start. Chaos erupted immediately. Everyone charged at Izuku's team and theirs charged back. Izuku released a large amount of light energy into Toru and she redirected it and blinded almost everyone who was looking straight at the band on her head. There were many curses as Izuku's team didn't stop their charge. Once in the middle of the blinded teams, Izuku and Kaminari released a spray of electricity in every direction. Pure chaos reigned with their aggressive move, quirks fired in every direction and people were confused at what had happened. But Izuku's plan didn't stop there as a black void encompasses everyone in the near area. Izuku detached from his team and rushed to Todoroki's confused team. He launched himself at the split-haired teen and ripped off his band. He felt heat bloom from his side and Izuku absorbed it before it could hurt him. Then he rushed to Bakugo's team and did the same, only leaving the 1 million band at their feet. Bakugo, in his fashion, was throwing explosions everywhere but did nothing to Izuku. Just to add to the chaos, he absorbed the sound and everyone went deaf and mute for the time it took Izuku to rejoin his team to the side. He stopped his quirk and everything went back to normal. It was deafening compared to the absolute silence a moment ago. What the hell just happened? Present Mike shouted. How would I know? I saw the same thing you did. Aizawa drawled out lazily, but his eyes were laser focused on the field at what just happened. Did you get it? Kaminari asked excitedly. Of course he did. His plan worked out perfectly. Toru shouted as she tied the new headbands on her head. Midoriya, you're one scary smart guy. I'm glad we're friends. Shiro added with a smile. Thanks, but we need to focus. It's been only a few minutes. Izuku blushed under their praise. He was right as every team tried to reorganize and find the 1 million prize. A team filled with 1B students spotted them and charged. 1 million spotted. Wait, where is the 1 mil? They screeched to a halt and Izuku was more than glad to point at the confused blonde. Bakugo was with his team of Kirishima, Sato, and Koji as the redhead grabbed the band left in front of them and presented it to the blonde bomber. He grabbed the band in confusion and then his eyes zeroed in on Izuku's pointing finger aimed right at him. Immediately everyone targeted Bakugo, and Todoroki's team was no different. The son of the number 2 hero was slightly distracted as they charged at Bakugo's fleeing team. Izuku smiled with joy as his plan worked out perfectly. They didn't need to be in first place to get to the next event, this was much easier. It was a bonus that it was Bakugo who was behind mobbed by every other team. Okay, now what? Kaminari asked as they watched the chaos. We play defensive and wait, if we get a chance let's grab a band. Izuku scanned for anyone who was trying to get near them. They kept moving around as time ticked down and the purple-haired boy's team got Izuku's attention. He was the rider as blank-faced Aoyama, Ojiro, and 1B student carried him. They got close to another team and spoke briefly before the other team handed over their band. They sped away quickly after that and the stolen rider was confused at what happened. Hey guys, make sure not to talk to that guy. I think his quirk is based on speech or something similar. Izuku pointed Shinso out. Got it, boss. Shiro nodded without asking. Boss, Toru asked. I told you, we are a Yakuza gang. He is the boss and we are his lieutenants. All we need is tats. Shiro explained. I want a big old Chinese dragon on my back. We are too young for tattoos. Toru protested against the tattoos but not the Yakuza part. Oh, we'll just get those temporary tattoos that stick on there with some water. Kaminari proposed. I feel like getting Toru a tattoo would be a terrible idea since it would ruin the effectiveness of her quirk. Izuku was getting very comfortable with these random conversations his friends came up with. At first, he was worried that they would do what they are talking about. But when Toru explained with Mina's help, he understood it was all in fun. That's true, so no tats for Hagakure. Shiro agreed as he shot some tape at a team and almost got their headband. Damn, he cursed. What about a name? Kaminari asked. I'll take his name, Toru whispered jokingly to herself. What was that? Izuku asked while absorbing the sound below his waist for some stealth. Nothing, Toru exclaimed with a burning face for no one to see. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Present Mike shouted the end of the cavalry battle. What an exciting battle between everyone. Many unique ways of going about it. Now to see who passed. Midnight pointed at the screen to show the leaderboard. Bakugo placed first but their team was heaving in lungs full of breaths. Toru's team was in second, and the third place was Todoroki's team and he didn't look happy. Fourth was reserved for Shinso's team and as Izuku expected, his team was confused about what was going on. He'll talk to them later for information. I'd like to step down from my place, Ojiro said and the 1B student stepped next to him and agreed. There was a commotion throughout the crowd and Midnight quieted them down. Such naivety. I like it. For the next team up, choose who will advance. Mina's team was who was next up, they grouped up, and then Mei and Tokiyami stepped up. Mina and Jiro joined Izuku and the rest of their friends. You didn't want to join the tournament? Izuku asked. Nah, I'm fine with what I showed. Plus, those two did more work in this round. Mina waved his concerns away. Yep, Mei played rock, paper, and scissors against me for the other placement. She won as you can see. Jiro shrugged. Now with that out of the way, time for the real prize. Mina rubbed her hands together with a smile and placed both on Izuku's hair before he could protest. Oh right, Jiro also placed her hand in his hair and felt it. It's so soft, like a cloud. Mina rubbed her hands through his hair as Izuku bore with it. Will you all knock it off? Izuku batted their hands away with a blush. Then he felt another hand land in his hair. It is very nice, Izuku. Toru gently stroked her finger through his hair. How about we get some food? Shiro laughed as he watched the group interact. They sat together at the lunch area and began to devour what they grabbed. Tokiyami approached and spoke, mainly at Izuku. May I join you? Dark Shadow popped up and sat on his shoulder. What do you say, boss? He looks all right. Shiro spoke in a gruff voice and leaned on the table while sitting. Sure, I'm okay with that. Shiro, knock it off. Izuku nodded at Tokiyami and then turned to Shiro who smiled at him. Sure thing, boss, he replied in the same gruff voice. The rest of the table chuckled at that. Thank you. Tokiyami bowed his head and sat next to Jiro and Mina across the table from Izuku. Tokiyami wanted to speak to Izuku but didn't know how to start. Dark Shadow watched Izuku from his owner's shoulder with the same curiosity. Mina spotted this and poked the quirk. She jerked her head at Izuku and smiled. Izuku, with his sixth sense almost always on, sensed this but didn't say anything. He felt like Tokiyami was an alright guy, given Mina's encouraging gestures. Dark Shadow expanded and leaned forward toward Izuku. How's your quirk work? Izuku looked up at the quirk and watched it curiously. I'll tell you if you tell me yours. He proposed to Dark Shadow. Tokiyami immediately liked Izuku when he spoke to Dark Shadow like a person. I find that fair, Dark Shadow. The quirk nodded. Izuku held his palm up and gave a demonstration with each visible energy appearing on his palm. Energy absorption and release. So far I have kinetic, thermal, electric, sound, and light. Tokiyami's eyes widened as he listened to Izuku's explanation. When he saw the dark void, he stared at Izuku. Dark Shadow pointed at Izuku. That was you. Izuku smiled a bit and nodded. Yay, the best way to get rid of the target on our backs. Now, your turn. Tokiyami was about to speak when Dark Shadow beat him to the punch. I'm his quirk, a sentient shadow connected to him. They posed with their hands on their hips, proudly. Fascinating. Izuku observed the quirk for a minute as the rest of the table watched with smiles at their leader's nerd come out. What did you feel when the void surrounded you? He asked the quirk. Dark Shadow thought about the question and spoke. It was weird, I thought I would have. Tokiyami put his hand over the quirk's mouth. Too much. Sorry Midoriya. You're weak to light and absolute dark. You need a balance of the two to manifest properly. There are no shadows with no light and no shadows with no dark. Izuku said and Tokiyami winced. I did witness you do the same to that other student yesterday. Yes, you are correct in your assessment. I was also surprised when Dark Shadow did not go into a rampage in the darkness, but your statement was accurate. He nodded and Dark Shadow had stars in their eyes while looking at Izuku. So smart. Fumi, why aren't you smart like that? They turned to the bird-headed teen. Silence, demon. Tokiyami's feathers seemed more ruffled as he batted the shadow down. Since I found out your weakness, here's some information against Shinso. Don't speak to him or you Dark Shadow. He has some sort of mental manipulation quirk he used on his team. I'm not sure about the parameters of it, but don't look in his eyes or speak to him to be safe. Tokiyami listened carefully and nodded. I thank you for your information. We will do our best against him. He hesitated. You wouldn't perhaps feel like divulging any other weaknesses? Tokiyami leaned forward in intrigue. Izuku smiled at that. Seems unfair, but sure. Bakugo sweats nitroglycerin through his palms and ignites them. He can overheat and become dehydrated with enough time, but he is strong. Todoroki will only use his ice side and is prone to freezing himself instead of using his fire to negate the frost that spreads when he overuses his quirk. Kaminari. The blonde cover Izuku's mouth. Dude, not us. The table laughed at Kaminari's panic. The table talked for the remaining time about their usual nonsense. Mineta tried to convince Yaoruzo about the cheerleaders tournament, but Jiro told her he was lying. He was dragged away after they notified Aizawa. The time came and the remainder competitors waited for midnight to show the brackets. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Siro. Denki Kaminari vs Toru Hagakure. Tenya Lita vs Mei Hatsume. Yuga Aoyama vs Kota Koji. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Eijiro Kirishima vs Sato Rikido. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. I guess you don't have to worry about Shinso. He said to the group. He noted that Bakugo and him were on opposite sides of the tournament. I'm sorry, Hagakure. I only wished it weren't like this. Kaminari had fake tears in his eyes as he put his hand on her shoulder and looked away with a pained expression. It's all right, Kaminari. You'll lose with dignity, Toru said smiling. His expression turned to affront. Lose? How dare you? I'm sorry, boss. I'm fucked for my match, but I won't go down without a fight. Siro continued to use the gruff voice from before. There's a chance you could win. Just keep using what you trained. Izuku encouraged his friend. Midoriya Izuku, may the best man win. What do you say? Shinso came up to Izuku with his hands in his pockets and a smirk. Izuku stared at him with his head tilted as he observed the boy. He made a point to look into his purple eyes but not speak. He could see his hands clench into fists in his pockets and his jaw tightened. Ojiro came up behind Izuku and patted his arm. Can I speak to you? Ojiro watched Shinso as he left with a grimace. Sure, let's go to my waiting room. See you guys later. He directed the last part to his friends and Tokiyami who stayed near. They gave him good luck, and do your best, as he walked with Ojiro. Izuku closed the door and waited for Ojiro to speak. You were right when you said he had some sort of mental quirk when Shinso declared war. I spoke to him and the next thing I knew everything was foggy and then I was jolted when someone bumped into me during the cavalry battle. You're sure it was when you spoke to him? Izuku asked. Yay, he asked me about teaming up, and as soon as I responded, I was under. Ojiro nodded his confirmation. I thought so, thank you. I appreciate you telling me. Izuku smiled at his classmate. He was beginning to see his friends weren't the only ones who were good people but most of his class was too. Of course. Ojiro smiled back and turned to leave. Good luck. A few minutes later Izuku stood across Shinso who had an air of nonchalance and still had his hands in his pockets. Izuku for his part set his shoes to the side and prepared himself. Midnight stood to the side with Smintos sitting behind her. Here are the rules. Loss by ring out, tapping out, unconsciousness, or can't continue. No lethal attacks and no unsportsmanlike actions. Do you understand? She looked at Shinso who shrugged and nodded and then at Izuku who nodded. Fight. Must be. Shinso's voice was cut off as all the near sound was cut off. He tried to speak and yell but there was nothing. He was mute and deaf as he looked across the arena at his opponent who was approaching Shinso. He threw caution to the wind and charged sloppily at Izuku who took the punch with no reaction. Izuku countered and stuck his opponent's jaw with twice the force it should have contained. The punch connected and then the kinetic blast was released, launching Shinso out of the ring. Izuku stopped his quirk and he heard the cheers of the crowd as Midnight announced him the winner. Shinso got up with a bloody mouth and glared at Izuku. For his part, Izuku nodded at his opponent without any derision and walked off the arena and to his friends. They clapped him on the back as he sat down with them in the stands. Izuku watched as the next two arrived at the arena. Shiro waved but everyone could see he was nervous. Todoroki for his part looked angry as he stood across Shiro. Midnight gave the start and Todoroki stuck immediately. With a wave, a glacier stuck out of the arena and encompasses a third of the arena. But Shiro wasn't caught as he pulled himself with his tape across what remained of the arena and shot tape at Todoroki. Shiro was trying to pull Todoroki up in the air to launch him out of the arena but Shiro didn't expect ice to shoot up his tape. He immediately cut off the tape which caused him to lose his balance and fall out of the ring. Todoroki wins. There was mixed applause for both Shiro and Todoroki. Shiro covered his face in frustration as he lay on the grass. No, I was doing so well, boss ain't gonna be happy about this. He said the last part with his gruff voice and laughed to himself. With that done, he got up and headed to the stands with his friends as he waved at the crowd in thanks. Izuku heard a slow croak from behind and saw Sue's eyes drooping. Izuku began to radiate heat for her benefit. The giant ice cube was cooling down the area and was making Sue go into torpor. She sat straight and croaked happily and smiled at Izuku. Thank you Midoriya. Izuku nodded and gave a small smile in return. Shiro arrived at that moment and knelt by Izuku's chair and looked down. I failed you, boss. What's my punishment? Will you knock it off? Izuku dragged him to a chair and Shiro laughed at Izuku's burning face. Also you didn't fail, I think you gave a good showing against the number 2's son. Shiro nodded in thanks and sat back to enjoy the show. So who's next? Kami and Hagakure. My money is on Kami. In this case, you're right. Toru is ideal for surprise attacks, but her opponent both knows she is coming and knows her quirk. Toru for her part knows Kaminari and has been practicing against an opponent who could see her movement. Izuku gave one of his lectures as he observed the two stand across from each other. Toru was completely invisible as she shed the outwear and was left with her hero suit. Kaminari was trying to see any indication of movement for his friend. He saw nothing and spoke out loud. We will still be friends after this, right? Of course, Toru shouted back. Her voice gave him an idea and he smiled both at the idea and her response. Midnight gave the start and Kaminari ran to the center of the arena and then spoke again. So, when are you going to ask Midoriya out? He smiled mischievously. What? Toru reeled back in embarrassment at his words and caused Kaminari to turn in her direction and shot out a spray of electricity. She dove out of the area and ran closer and then slowed to keep her stealth. So I was right, you do like him, you know you will have to make the first move. He continued to try to get a reaction out of his friend but there was no response. That didn't stop the teasing smile. While you will have to guide him through it, I'm sure he would be happy for you to take the lead. Toru's face was burning as she was close enough and then stuck. She kicked his knee and he collapsed to his other knee in pain. She immediately struck him in the face but Kaminari released some electricity from where the punch came from and she yelled in pain. He shot more electricity and then backed away and then waited. Ah, Hagakure, are you still in the match? He asked nervously as he didn't hear anything from the girl. Nope, I give. That last shock was too much. Toru's voice was shaky as she lay on the ground. Midnight called the match and the crowd cheered as Kaminari walked forward slowly to try and find his friend. He listened to her voice and helped her up to her feet. They moved to the exit and the crowd cheered at the sportsmanship. You better not say anything to Izuku, Toru said to Kaminari. Of course not, I will tease the shit out of the two of you whenever I get a chance though. He smiled forward as they made their way to the class section. I was serious about you having to take the lead, I'm sure he never even had a chance for anything romantic before Kaminari said a bit more seriously. I'll figure it out, for now, I just want him to be comfortable and happy. Toru nodded.
And then you'll seduce him. He got a hard punch to his arm for the statement. You hit the bone. He cried and rubbed his arm where a bruise was already appearing. I'm not seducing him. Toru hissed back with a red face. They arrived back at the class stands and were greeted by their class and friends. Her eyes immediately went to Izuku's and he smiled widely at her. The red face came back in full force as she smiled back at him and sat closer to him than normal. Maybe a little seducing, she thought to herself. The next few fights were more of a bore. Hatsume turned her fight onto an advertisement for her equipment, which worked because he kept her in mind for any new kinds of energies she might have. From Jiru's and Mina's descriptions of her, she would have something up her sleeve or make it if asked. Iida won by default after Hatsume walked off when she was done. Koda won against Aoyama to everyone's surprise. The docile boy charged forward and weaved through the light beams and knocked the Frenchman out in one uppercut. Then he proceeded to panic about hurting the other boy. Yaoyorozu didn't get a chance to fight back against Dark Shadow's barrage of strikes and pushed her out of bounds. It was a disappointment in Izuku's opinion. Kirishima's and Sato's fight turned into a slugfest with Sato's fists turning bloody quickly as he punched the brick wall that was Kirishima. It was a hammer against a stone and it was dragging out. While they fought, Bakugo walked to his waiting room and Uraraka got up to follow but stopped. She approached Izuku and greeted him. Hey there, I'm Ochako Uraraka. I know we've never spoken but you know Bakugo well, don't you? Izuku nodded a greeting back and wrinkled his nose at the name alone. Very well. Why? I saw you tear apart Shinso before the festival. Can you do it again for Bakugo? Any tips would be welcome. She sounded hopeful as she asked about Bakugo's weaknesses. Izuku gave a wide grin and patted the seat next to him. Toru watched him with the smile that would fit on a cat that cornered a mouse. I'd be glad to. And he explained everything that he had on Bakugo that could help her in a fight against him. He explained his quirk and the weaknesses of overusing it. How he fights and how proficient he is at it. He won't hold back because you're a girl, he won't care. My advice to you, keep your range, don't get close. Use whatever you can and throw it at him, there will be plenty of rubble. Your quirk negates gravity, not kinetic force. I'd suggest you get a ranged weapon for your hero suit. What do you mean about kinetic force? Uraraka listened attentively as Izuku spoke. If you are an astronaut in space and a space rock comes at you with no gravity, it will still shoot through you like wet paper. Uraraka stared blankly at Izuku and then turned away and stared at the floor with dead eyes. Why didn't I think of that? I bloody love space and missed that. Toru giggled at the girl's response and patted her back. Don't worry, He's done the same for all our quirks. I think we would have figured it out, but he sped up the process. Uraraka stood up and with a fierce nod toward Izuku. I'll use what you've given me to do my best. I won't forget this. You don't have, and she's gone. Izuku called out to her, but she had already left. Sato is unconscious. Kirishima wins. Just in time. Sato lay unconscious with bloody fists and Kirishima breathed heavily covered in Sato's blood. Robot paramedics rolled up to Sato and set him on a stretcher and then rolled to recovery girl. Kirishima walked behind them until he collapsed and another pair of robots tossed him on another stretcher and pulled him away. Cementos sank the spots of blood under the arena and Bakugo and Uraraka walked on stage. Present Mike introduced them like always and Midnight gave the rules out to them. Midoriya, will Bakugo truly not hold back? Sue asked from behind Izuku. He turned around and many classmates' eyes were on him waiting for the answer. No, he won't. It's unbecoming of a hero. Iida chopped his arms as he spoke. As much as I hate to say it, Bakugo has no reason to hold back. She joined the hero course and knew full well what she was getting into. That doesn't mean Bakugo isn't a shit stain. Izuku explained as the match started with a bang from Bakugo. Everyone watched as Uraraka tried to get close many times but was blasted back every time. Soon there was smoke in the air obscuring most of the arena. It was quiet when they heard the first shout of pain from Bakugo and Izuku smiled at the sound. Everyone witnessed as debris from the explosions was flung at high speeds out of the smoke and some hitting their mark. It wasn't meant to last, as Bakugo launched into the air and blasted the whole arena causing Uraraka to be flung out of the ring. Bakugo was bruised and bloodied, more than Uraraka. She got up and limped out of the arena after Midnight called the match. Izuku had to give her respect for her grit. They called a break to repair the arena and his friends scrambled to food vendors for the upcoming match. Izuku shook his head fondly as they returned with hot dogs and popcorn. Toru force-fed Izuku a dango, much to Izuku's embarrassment. After that Izuku made his way down to the waiting room. Todoroki left long ago. As he walked, he felt a large heat source ahead and Izuku saw who it was. Endeavor stood towering over Izuku with a contemptuous look. Izuku had read many reports of the man and his hero career and they were not good. Way too many innocents were hurt and too much collateral damage to the cities. Overall, he was an adult version of Bakugo in his mind. Izuku Midoriya, you have a peculiar quirk. You will be a perfect stepping stone for my Shoto. Do your best not to embarrass yourself. He began to walk past and then Izuku spoke. Your Shoto is turning out a perfect copy of you. If that was your plan, then you succeed to make someone who cares for themselves before others. Izuku shot back with a sneer and hoped it would be enough. The temperature rose drastically in the halls and Endeavor turned on Izuku with rage covering his face. He only saw the boy smile as the flames around him were sucked into Izuku. It began to get cold but Endeavor didn't want to lose to the child. More flames burst out but it wasn't enough as Izuku took it all away. The thermal energy that he absorbed from energy was high quality. The flame he took was worth 2 regular flames in his core. It was an opportunity he couldn't let pass him. Thank you. Your fire will be put to good use. Izuku smiled at the number 2 hero with derision and turned around to walk into the arena. Endeavor stood there watching the boy with many thoughts running through his head. With a contemplative hum, he turned to the stands and watched what would happen. Izuku stared at Todoroki across the concrete platform and the fire and ice user stared back. You won't win, especially without using your full quirk. Some banter would be nice. I won't use his fire, Todoroki growled out. He powers your quirk? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What? Does Endeavor power your quirk? Is that why it's his fire? Izuku was getting confused by the wording. No, I produce the flames. It would be idiotic to think he gave me power. Todoroki looked just as confused as Izuku did. Then it's your fire? The match started already but it didn't stop them from talking. He scrunched up his nose and looked down. It's his fire. With that, he sent out an iceberg at Izuku and it covered him. He turned around to leave when the whole thing cracked. Izuku released a portion of sound energy all around him and the ice shattered into snow. With some kinetic, the powder was flung away. Izuku stepped forward towards Todoroki. So, you want to use ice only? Then use ice to your heart's content. Izuku grabbed all the ambient thermal energy and pulled it into himself. Frost spread from his position and crawled around him. The temperature shot down lower than it was before. Midnight stepped back from the absolute cold that hit her. Todoroki began to shiver at the cold that Izuku produced. It was colder than anything he could ever produce. Frost cracked at every step Izuku took toward Todoroki. Then the area around his feet cracked and Izuku was beside Todoroki in an instant. With a kinetic blast, Todoroki was sent sprawling. He gasped for air but it stung to breathe it in. He turned to Izuku and he was walking again toward him. With a yell, he sent a wave of ice spikes at him but they stopped when they reached his skin. With a blast of sound, they shattered and Izuku blasted toward the split-haired boy. He threw up a wall of ice but it was shattered into snow in an instant. The absorber exploded out of the white fluff and punched his opponent again with a kinetic strike. Todoroki felt the impact of the fist and then the release of kinetic energy immediately afterward. It was devastating. You know, at this point, you're no better than your father. You would rather hold your pride over helping someone in need, just like Endeavor. He dodged a wave of ice at him and kept talking. What's a few lives against your oath or whatever? He launched upwards and forward to land on the opposite side of the frozen arena. Shut up. Todoroki stuttered out with frost covering his face. Will you do the same with your children? The same he did to you? Shut up. Groom them into whatever he had planned. How many lives are worth your beliefs? Stop talking. It is only a matter of time from my point of view. That was too much for the breaking boy. No. An intense blaze of flames was shot at Izuku on the other side of the arena. The flames melted the stone in its path, so hot they were. Izuku was engulfed by them and the crowd stood in shock. No. Todoroki stepped back in horror at what he had done. Izuku walked out of the flames in his gym uniform that was hanging on by a thread. He ripped off what remained and the flames behind him spun and steamed into his body. Good, but it wouldn't be enough. Izuku stepped forward and the stone melted under his bare foot. The heat that Izuku produced was a mirror of the cold he showed at the start. Todoroki was thawed out enough to launch an iceberg but it turned into steam immediately when it got close to Izuku. The ground turned to glass with every step as he stepped closer and closer. Todoroki tried to throw some flames but they were just absorbed into Izuku with an inhale of breath. Without a word, Izuku raised his arm and shot out thermal energy propelled by some kinetic. It blasted Todoroki off his feet and launched him out of the ring. The whole stadium was quiet as they watched an incarnation of fire pull the remaining heat from the area and absorbed it. The red glass that was on the ground cooled rapidly and cracked. The air became breathable again and the temperature equalized to before their match. Izuku turned to an air-fried Midnight and waited for her to call the match. She raised what remained of her riding crop and spoke into the quiet. Midoriya wins by ring out. The crowd exploded into cheers and Izuku took the opportunity to absorb the sound. He had lost some kinetic and sound that round but it was worth getting the hero in training his head screwed straight. He looked down at what he had left of his clothes and made his way to Recovery Girl for some spares. He walked into the nurse's station happy that he got over one obstacle to win the festival. His joy was smothered when Recovery Girl walked over to him and hit him in the leg with her cane. For a while, Izuku has grown to keep kinetic absorption active at all times. It helped him with his paranoia of getting jumped and something to have as a hero. The elderly hero thwacked his leg again but there was no impact. You could have hurt that boy if you weren't so lucky. She waved her cane at his face angrily. Izuku was reminded of the nurses at his old schools and how they treated Izuku when their star students hurt Izuku. His anger flared and he grabbed the tip of the cane and spoke coldly. Do you attack every student that comes through your doors? Forget it. Todoroki knew what he was getting himself into when he joined the hero course. The tip of the cane was slightly melted as he let go and went to look for clothes he could wear until they were destroyed again. Recovery Girl was taken aback when Izuku walked past her and grabbed some clothes and left. She never had anyone react the way he did. She would have to talk to Nezu about the incident. Izuku took a deep breath and calmed down as finished changing. He hated that another thing Inoue reminded him of before. It was frustrating that he couldn't do anything about his problems. Bakugo had someone watching over him. Todoroki could half-ass his way into 1A with Aizawa's no potential policy. And now the nurse. With a scowl, he opened the door and was met with Toru with her hand raised to knock. Toru, what are you doing here? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Looking for you. You were taking a long time to come back and I began to get worried. Is everything all right? She saw his furrowed brow before he saw who it was. Izuku smiled softly at the thought of someone caring for Izuku like Toru did. Yes. No, he scratched his cheek in frustration. Toru saw the frustration in his motions and eyes. She grabbed his hand and pulled it out of the room. Tell me what's wrong. Izuku walked with her for a while as he tried to come up with the words. I hate that so many things remind me of before Ua. I had hoped Ua was different, but I'm seeing a few too many things similar to my liking. Izuku focused on the warmth of Toru's hand on his arm. Like what? Toru prodded him to continue. Bakugo getting away from punishment. Powerful people do what they want without consequences. And now the nurse reminded me of others. It's frustrating that I can't do anything about it. They continued to walk through the tunnels as Izuku vented his problems. What did Recovery Girl do? Toru furrowed her brow at that. She hit me with her cane and told me off about Todoroki getting hurt, he scowled. That old bitch. And nothing about how Todoroki flamed you. Izuku shook his head. I'm going to steal her cane one day, she muttered angrily. Izuku laughed at her anger on his behalf. Thanks, Toru, but I don't want to see you get in trouble. Izuku paused and spoke again. I am happy we met and became friends. Thank you, Toru, for everything. He smiled at her. For her part, she turned and embraced him in a tight hug. I'm happy I got to meet you too. They stood in each other's arms for a bit longer until Izuku pulled back. After that, they made their way up the stands with the rest of their class and his friends welcomed him back with congratulations for beating Todoroki. They went on to talk about how the battle looked from their angle. Izuku felt quite a bit embarrassed about how they described his dramatic show of thermal energy. It was all gasps and looks of horror, but then you just walked out like a badass and sucked up the fire. It was some comic level dramatics and it looked so fucking cool. Kaminari mimicked walking out of the flames. Even Todoroki looked pale when he shot the fire out, Juro added. Kaminari, shouldn't you be getting ready for your match? Shiro pointed out. For a moment, Kaminari stared at him confused, and then his eyes widened and he bolted out of the class section. They shouted good lucks to his back as he disappeared around the corner. Smentos just finished repairing the arena when Midnight walked out with a new riding crop and cleaned up after the last fight. Iida walked out of the gates and waited for Kaminari to arrive. The blonde ran out of the arena after they waited for another minute. With a nod to confirm he was ready, the fight began. Kaminari appeared to reach down to spray electricity everywhere like he used to, and Iida reacted by jumping. The blonde smiled at his trick and instead raises his hand and shot lightning at the midair target. Iida tried to dodge with his legs and managed to spin but was still nicked by the bolt of electricity. His leg went numb as he landed in a heap and tried to get up, but Kaminari rushed at him. His speed was triple what it was before and he arrived at Iida's side with his hand aimed at the straight-laced teen. Yield? Kaminari asked with electricity arcing around his hand. Iida looked pained at having to say it, but he did. I yield. The crowd cheered again at the spectacular quick-paced fight. Kaminari helped the boy up and walked him out to the nurse's station. The next fight wasn't as exciting as the ones before, with Kota raising his fists to fight Dark Shadow and Tokiyami, but the quirk just picked him up and set him gently out of the ring. Kota gave them a grateful nod and they parted ways. Hiroshima's fight against Bakugo was a one-sided beatdown, with Bakugo launching attacks non-stop at the redhead until he collapsed from stamina drain. When it was Izuku's and Kaminari's time to fight, Kaminari raised his hands and forfeited. There were some jeers, but the blonde paid it no attention. Why? Izuku asked, confused about his decision. He snorted in response. Like I have a chance against you. You literally gave me my fighting style, and not to mention your quirk completely overpowers mine. I just want to save us time. Now, I saw some tasty treats on the way here and I want to try some. He pointed in a direction and marched with purpose to a stand. Izuku smiled lopsidedly at his friend's antics and follows behind to get something for himself and maybe Toru as well. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.